Podcast original Spotify, kisah horor The Secret Riana, kumpulan kisah horor legenda dan mitos lokal Indonesia dengan twist mengerikan yang tak terduga. Mengangkat isu sosial saat ini, mulai dari mengalahkan patriarki hingga melawan konspirasi teori yang melibatkan pejabat negara. Ketik kisah horor The Secret Riana di kolom pencarian dan dengarkan episode yang diinginkan gratis di Spotify atau download untuk didengarkan nanti.
Can't write one song that's not about you. Can't drink without thinking about you. Is it too late to tell you that everything means nothing if I can't have you? I'm in Toronto and I got this view, but I might as well be in a hotel room. Yeah, it doesn't matter cause I'm so consumed, spending all my nights reading texts from you. Oh, I'm good at keeping my distance. I know that you're the feeling I'm missing. You know that I hate to admit it, but everything means nothing if I can't have you. I can't write one song that's not about you. Can't drink without thinking about you. Is it
Welcome to
too late
International
to tell you that everything means nothing if I can't have you? I can't write one song that's not about you. Can't drink without thinking about you. Is it too late to tell you that everything means nothing if I can't have you? I'm so sorry that my timing's off, but I can't move on if we're still gonna talk. Is it wrong for me to not want half? I want all of you, all the strings attached. Oh, I'm good at keeping my distance. I know that you're the feeling I'm missing. You know that I hate to admit it, but everything means nothing if I can't have you. I can't write one song that's not about you. Can't drink without thinking about you. Is it too late to tell you that everything means nothing if I can't have you? I can't write one song that's not about you. Can't drink without thinking about you.
Welcome to International Conference on Statistics and Data Science 2022.
If I can't have you, I'm trying to move on, forget you, but I hold on. Everything means nothing, everything means nothing, babe. I'm trying to move on, forget you, but I hold on. Everything means nothing if I can't have you. No, I can't write one song that's not about you. Can't drink without thinking about you. Is it too late to tell you that everything means nothing if I can't have you? I can't write one song that's not about you. Can't drink without thinking about you. Is it too late to tell you that everything means nothing if I can't have you? Tastes like strawberries on a summer evening, and it sounds just like a song. I want more berries and that summer feeling. It's so wonderful and warm. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high. Baby, you're
Ah,
Tak pernah ku rasakan cinta begitu hebatnya sebelum ku kenal kamu. Dunia pun kelabu dan kau datang membawakan cinta yang telah lama ku nanti. Oh kasihku, kau membuat cinta jatuh dari mata dan turun ke hati. Tawamu buat aku tersenyum lagi. Oh kasihku, kau membuat dunia indah dijalani. Oh, oh, oh. Ku yakini hati kau paling berarti. Hanya kamu satu-satunya yang ada di hati. Andai saja kita berdua bersama selamanya dan kau datang membawakan cinta yang telah lama ku nanti. Oh kasihku, kau membuat cinta jatuh dari mata dan turun ke hati. Tawamu buat aku tersenyum lagi. Oh kasihku, kau membuat dunia indah dijalani.
pernah terlintas untuk tinggalkan kamu jauh dariku, kasihku. Karena aku milikmu, kamu milikku, separuh nyawaku. Hidup bersamamu, berdua kita lewati. Meski hujan badai takkan berhenti, sehidup semati. Mentari pun tahu ku cinta padamu. Percaya aku takkan kemana-mana, aku kan selalu ada, temani hingga hari tua. Percaya aku takkan kemana-mana, setia akan ku jaga kita teman bahagia. Takkan pernah ku lupa kamu yang ku cinta, dari ujung kaki hingga ujung kepala. Aku ingin kamu, kamu yang ku mau, belahan jiwaku, kamu masa depanku. Berdua kita lewati, meski hujan badai takkan berhenti, sehidup semati. Mentari pun tahu ku cinta padamu. Percaya aku takkan kemana-mana, aku kan selalu ada, temani hingga hari tua. Percaya aku takkan kemana-mana, setia akan ku jaga
turn. Gonna clap my hands, she'll know I'm gonna make it burn. I'm a yeah. Bet you gon' like this fit, baby, yeah, I'm sure. Better make it right, watch GAC and you learn kita.
Bila kita mensyukuri, nikmati dulu kiskan memori. Kita bahagia, kita bahagia, 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 bahagia. Jalani hidup ini bahagia, bahagia, bahagia. Jalani hidup ini.
Balloons are deflating. Guess they look lifeless like me. We miss you on your side of the bed. Still got your things here. They stare at me like souvenirs. Don't wanna let you out my head. Just like the day that I met you, the day I thought forever. Said that you love me, but that'll last forever. It's cold outside, like when you walked out my life. Why you walk out my life? I get like this every time. On these days that feel like you and me. Heartbreak anniversary. 'Cause I remember every time. On these days that feel like you and me. Heartbreak anniversary. Do you ever think of me?
We were undergrad, stayed out late, never made it to class. Out of restaurant in a taxi cab. You were sweating bullets on the way to my dad's and all. He said, baby, think we're moving too fast. I swear the magnolias flashed a smile. And that's when you caught me, hoping you'd stay a while. Baby, I'd give up anything to travel inside your mind. Maybe I'll fall in love again come every summertime. Daddy taught me to choose it wisely, but you don't have to try. 'Cause maybe I'll fall in love every summertime. 25 and we're missing church. Laugh about everyone we're hating at work. Dinner with your sister and the joke's gonna hurt. Cry the way home and you're putting me first. Oh, yeah. You just always know what to say. We're strolling down the boulevard and dancing under streetlights. Oh, yeah. Every year we get
musik itu personal. Pegang kendali untuk mengatur suasana dari awal hingga akhir dengan Spotify Premium. Dengarkan semua playlist dan album favoritmu dalam urutan apa saja, dan download lagu untuk didengarkan offline tanpa jeda iklan. Dengarkan musik tanpa gangguan. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari selengkapnya.
Tastes like strawberries on a summer evening, and it sounds just like a song. I want more berries and that summer feeling. It's so wonderful and warm. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar. Strawberries on a summer evening. Baby, you're the end of June. I want your belly and that summer feeling, getting washed away in you. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar high. I just wanna taste it, I just wanna taste it, watermelon sugar high. Tastes like strawberries on a summer evening, and it sounds just like a song. I want your belly and that summer feeling. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar high. I just wanna taste it, I just wanna taste it, watermelon sugar high. I
looks when it's just rained. There's a glow off the pavement. You walk me to the car, and you know I wanna ask you to dance right there in the middle of the parking lot. Yeah. Oh yeah. We're driving down the road. I wonder if you know I'm trying so hard not to get caught up now, but you're just so cool. Run your hands through your hair, absent-mindedly making me want you. And I don't know how it gets better than this. You take my hand and drag me head first, fearless. And I don't know why, but with you I dance in a storm in my best dress, fearless. So baby, drive slow till we run out of road in this one-horse town. I wanna stay right here in this passenger seat. You put your eyes on me in this moment now. Capture it, remember it. 'Cause I don't know how it gets better than this. You take my hand and drag me head first, fearless. And I don't know why, but with you I dance in a storm in my best dress, fearless. Well, you stood there with me in the doorway, my handshake. I'm not usually this way, but you pull me in and I'm a little more brave. It's the first kiss, it's flawless, really something. It's fearless. Oh, yeah. 'Cause I don't know how it gets better than this. You take my hand and drag me head first, fearless. And I don't know why, but with you I dance in a storm in my best dress, fearless. 'Cause I don't know how it gets better than this. You take my hand and drag me head first, fearless. And I don't know why, but with you I dance in a storm in my best dress, fearless. Oh, oh, yeah. Salt air and the rust on your door. I never needed anything more, or whispers of "Are you sure?" Never have I ever before, but I can see us lost in the memory. August slipped away into a moment in time, 'cause it was never mine. And I can see us twisted in bed sheets. August slipped away like a bottle of wine, 'cause you were never mine. You're back beneath the sun, wishing I could write my name on it. Will you call when you're back at school? I remember thinking I had you, but I can see us lost in the memory. August slipped away into a moment in time, 'cause it was never mine. And I can see us twisted in bed sheets, all get sipped away like a bottle of wine. 'Cause you were never mine. Back when we were still changing for the better, wanting was enough. For me it was enough to live for the hope of it all. Cancel plans just in case you call and say meet me behind the mall. So much for summer love and saying us, 'cause you weren't mine to lose. You weren't mine to lose. No. But I can see us lost in the memory. August slipped away into a moment in time. 'Cause it was never mine. And I can see us twisted in bed sheets, all get sipped away like a bottle of wine. 'Cause you were never mine. 'Cause you were never mine. Never mine. But do you remember? Remember when I pulled up and said get in the car, and then cancel my plans just in case you call. Like when I was living for the hope of it all, for the hope of it all. Meet me behind the mall. Remember when I pulled up and said get in the car, and then cancel my plans just in case you call. Like when I was living for the hope of it all, for the hope of it all, for the hope of it all. Cry times. 'Cause you got that James Dean daydream.
Perlu sesuatu untuk bersantai? Paket Spotify.
In this world, it's just us. As it was, in this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was, as it was, as it was. to the heart. I never kissed a mouth that tastes like yours. Strawberries and something more. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Lipstick on my guitar. Fill up the engine, we can drive real far. Go dancing underneath the stars. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Got me feeling like I wanna be that guy. I wanna kiss your eyes. I wanna drink that smile. I wanna feel like my soul's on fire. I wanna stay up all day and all night. Yeah, you got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're close up, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. And we'll say, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're close up, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Into the car, on the backseat in the moonlit dark. Wrap me up between your legs and arms. Ooh, I can get enough. You know you could tear me apart. Put me back together and take my heart. I never thought that I could love this hard. Ooh, I can get enough. Ooh, you got me feeling like I wanna be that guy. I wanna kiss your eyes. I wanna drink that smile. I wanna feel like my soul's on fire. I wanna stay up all day and all night. Yeah, you got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're close up, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. And we'll say, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're close up, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Baby, you burn so hot, you make me shiver with the fire. You got this thing you started, I don't want it to stop. You know you make me shiver. Baby, you burn so hot, you make me shiver with the fire. You got this thing you started, I don't want it to stop. You know you make me shiver. Yeah, you got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Oh no, say, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Yeah. I'm at a party I don't wanna be at, and I don't ever wear a suit and tie at. Wondering if I can sneak out the back. Nobody's even looking me in my eyes. Can you take my hand, finish my drink, say shall we dance? Hell yeah. You know I love you, did I ever tell you? You make it better like that. Don't think I fit in at this party. Everyone's got so much to say. Yeah, I always feel like I'm nobody. Who wants to fit in anyway? 'Cause I don't care when I'm with my baby, yeah. All the bad things disappear. You're making me feel that maybe I am somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah. 'Cause I don't care as long as you just hold me near. You can take me anywhere. You're making me feel like I'm loved by somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah. We at a party we don't wanna be at. Trying to talk but we can't hear ourselves. Pictureless, I'd rather kiss them right back. But all these people all around, I'm crippled with anxiety. But I'm told it's where I'm supposed to be. You know what? It's kinda crazy 'cause I really don't mind. Can you make it better like that? Don't think we fit in at this party. Everyone's got 'Cause I don't care when I'm with my baby, yeah. All the bad things disappear. Yeah, you're making me feel like maybe I am somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause I don't care as long as you just hold me near. You can take me anywhere. You're making me feel like I'm loved by somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah. No, I don't like nobody but you. It's like you're the only one here. I don't like nobody but you, baby. I don't care. I don't like nobody but you. I hate everyone here. I don't like nobody but you, baby, yeah. 'Cause I don't care when I'm with my baby, yeah. All the bad things disappear. You're making me feel like maybe I am somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. 'Cause I don't care as long as you just hold me near. You can take me anywhere. You're making me feel like I'm loved by somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah.
We the best music. Another one. DJ Khaled.
You stick out of the crowd, baby, it's a no-brainer. It ain't the hard to choose. Him or me, be for real, baby, it's a no-brainer. You got your mind on loose. Go hard and watch the sunrise. One night it change your whole life. Off top, drop top, baby, it's a no-brainer. Put 'em up if you with me, yeah, 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 yeah. In the middle. Put 'em high.
Put 'em high.
Stars, yeah. Put 'em high.
Quavo. Mama told you don't talk to strangers. Mama, but when you ride in that drop, you can't explain it. What you been waiting on this whole time? I blow the brains out of your mind. And I ain't talking about physically, I'm talking about mentally. She look like she nasty. She look like she classy. She just look at her dancing. Look at her, she looking. I took her to the mansion. Yeah.
You stick out of the crowd, baby, it's a no-brainer. It ain't the hard to choose. Him or me, be for real, baby, it's a no-brainer. You got your mind on loose. Go hard and watch the sunrise. One night it change your whole life. Off top, drop top, baby, it's a no-brainer. Put 'em up if you with me, yeah, 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 yeah. In the middle. Put 'em high.
Put 'em high.
Stars, yeah. Put 'em high.
Don't look rich, I ain't got no chain. Not on the list, I ain't got no name. But we in it, bitch, I'm not no lame. And I keep it Ben Franklin, I'm not gonna change. A lot of these old messy. I just want you and your bestie. I don't got that answer for whenever you text me. It's multiple choice and they all wanna test me. Choosing the squad. She tryna choose between me, Justin Quay and the sword. She told me that she love that I make music for God. I told her I would let her see that blood.
You stick out of the crowd, baby, it's a no-brainer. It ain't the hard to choose. Him or me, be for real, baby, it's a no-brainer. You got your mind on loose. Go hard and watch the sunrise. One night it change.
Welcome to International Conference on Statistics and Data Science 2023. International Conference on Statistics and Data Science 2023 is organized by the Department of Statistics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Hasanuddin University, in collaboration with the Department of Statistics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, IPB University. This international conference is supported by Forstat or Forum Pendidikan Tinggi Statistika and ISI or Ikatan Statistisi Indonesia. This activity will be held hybrid on 22nd till 23rd September 2023. With the theme of this seminar is Statistics and Data Science, Converting Data into Future Solution.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start the opening ceremony, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Ayu.
Welcome to
As your master of ceremony. It is such an honor for me to
Welcome to
all the
International
distinguished guests for today's session. Before we start the opening ceremony, let me go broadly through our agenda as follows. The conference will be opened by singing the Indonesian national anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by chairman's speech. Representative of University. That now let's start the opening ceremony. The Secretary of History all the representatives of at a Forstat, and Vienna MSc, a Faculty of Mathematics and Sciences. University. Our key speakers. All the invited guests and all participants, please and gentlemen. By the University. This event is organized in hybrid system. committee. This conference. Ladies and gentlemen, to the first agenda, minute to pray and hope that then. Amen. Daya, all the members of this all the members of this room, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next agenda, we will hear a speech delivered by the chairwoman of the International Conference on Statistics and Data Science 2023, Dr. Georgina Maria Pinungki, MSc. Please welcome Dr. Georgina.
Tes. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I extend my sincere greetings to the esteemed rector of Hasan University, or present representative Prof. Dr. Sumbang Rabaja, and to the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science at Hasan University, Dr. Engineering Amiruddin, and Head of Department of Statistics, Dr. Anna Islamiati. I also extend my respectful regards to the distinguished keynote speaker of this conference, Professor Kerry Mengerson from Queensland University of Technology, Australia, Associate Professor Eric Fans from the University of Colorado Dublin, USA, Associate Professor Arif Gusmanto from the University of Leeds, United Kingdom, Dr. Budi Artasurya from Victoria, University of Wellington, New Zealand, Dr. Sri Astuti Tamrin from Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, Prof. Heril Anwar, and Dr. Bagus Sartono from IPB University, Indonesia. I'm honored to welcome our esteemed faculty member, student, and all attendees. We offer our gratitude to the Almighty for the blessing that have enabled us to conference on this auspicious occasion. In our pursuit of gathering thinkers, academic professors, and enthusiasts in the field of statistics and data science, we are proud to host the International Conference on Statistics and Data Science 2023. This event is a collaborative effort between Hasanuddin University and IPB University, with the aim of creating a platform for the exchange for ideas, work, and experience to expand the field of knowledge. Estimating this, ICSD is address a theme highly relevant to our contemporary era, namely statistics and data science, converting data into future solution. We firmly believe that this term will make a substantial contribution to the advancement of knowledge as we confront increasingly complex challenges that collectively explore innovative solutions to respond to social needs and address existing issues. We live in an era where technology and information are advancing rapidly, and we hope that ICSDS will serve as a forum for knowledge sharing with the expectation of fostering new breakthroughs. Distinguished guests, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers, participants, and collaborators who have made significant contribution to the representation of this event. Without your diligent work, dedication, and unwavering spirit, the success of ICSD would not have been possible. In conclusion, I hope that this event will be a valuable moment for us all. Let us make the most of every opportunity during ICSDS to learn, interact, and cultural faith mutually beneficial relationship. I wish you all a rewarding experience as you partake in the meticulously planned activities. May we all derive boundless benefit and inspiration. This concludes my brief address as a chairperson of the ICSDS Organizing Committee. I apologize if any of my word or action have been less than agreeable to any of you. In closing, I extend my warmest wish for your participation in ICSDS. May the event process smoothly achieve success and prove beneficial to us all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to invite the representative of IPB University, Dr. Bagus Sartono, MSc, to deliver his speech. So Dr. Bagus, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, who are in the very nice building this morning, and also the participant in the Zoom virtual meeting. The Honorable the Secretary of the University, Professor Sumbangan, also the Honorable the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Dr. Amiruddin, and the Vice Deans, Also the Honorable Dr. Anna, the head of Department of Statistics, all of the professors and lecturers of Statistics Department of Universitas Hasanuddin, the Honorable the Chairman of Indonesia Statistical Association, Dr. Anang Kurnia, and also the Chairman of Forstat, who might join with us via Zoom meeting. Thank you for your coming, and also the Honorable all of distinguished speaker of this conference. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. On behalf of Department of Statistics, IBB University, we would like to thanks to Department of Statistics, Universitas Hasanuddin, to organize this very nice event, International Conference of Statistics and Data Science 2023. This event is the implementation of our Memorandum of Agreement last year. Last year, Professor Nurtiti, Dr. Georgina, and Professor Sri Astuti Tamrin came to Bogor, and we arranged several activities to be held together between Department of Statistics of Universitas Hasanuddin and Department of Statistics IBB University. And this morning is we try to make the agreement with this kind of conference. Thank you for the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences to support this event. As we know, statistics and data science has been becoming a science that is rapidly growing and useful for other fields. And Dr. Amiruddin told me this morning, Statistics Department of Universitas Hasanuddin has a very good progress. Dr. Amiruddin told me that even though the Department of Statistics, I think, established in 2019 in Universitas Hasanuddin, but now it's becoming the most favorite department of in Universitas Hasanuddin, I think. So please give a big applause to Department of Statistics. This event is actually not only the event that we can utilize to exchange our ideas, perhaps also cultivating new expertise, but also it is a nice event to trigger more collaboration, perhaps between us, the Department of Statistics, and the other departments in Universitas Hasanuddin, and also the other department in other university. I think Prof. Kerry from Australia, Prof. Eric from Colorado, and also Prof. Arif Kusnanto from Leeds could share us an open opportunity to make more collaborations with not only Universitas Hasanuddin and IBB University, but also other university in Indonesia. We will really appreciate if you can make it happen, Professor Eric, Professor Kerry, and Professor Arif. Lastly, I will encourage all of you participants to enjoy the conference, and again, we can take benefit most from this conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Bagus. All the members of this conference will proceed to the next agenda, which is the welcoming remark from Secretary of Hasanuddin University on behalf of Rector of Hasanuddin University. May I invite Professor Insinyur Sumbangan Baja MPhil PhD to come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning for everybody in this room. The Honorable Chairman of the conference, Dr. Georgina Maria Tinanki, representative from IPB, Bapak Dr. Bagus Sartoni, the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Dr. Amiruddin, and Head of the Department of Statistics, Hasanuddin University, and distinguished speakers, especially our keynote speaker today, and I think also tomorrow, the day 2. First is Professor Kerry from Queensland University of Technology, Australia, Professor Arif Gusnanto from Leeds University, UK, and Associate Professor Eric Pans from Colorado, Dr. Budi Arta Surya, Victoria University of Wellington, and Associate Professor Sri Astuti Tamrin from Hasanuddin University. Distinguished guests, college ladies and gentlemen, and good morning again. First of all, I'd like to welcome you all to this university, Green Campus, Hasanuddin University, the campus that located in the Makassar city. I think you can see from the map, Makassar is one of the gate. I think the only gate of eastern part of Indonesia. Then if you go to the eastern part of Indonesia, then this is our gate in this city. And welcome to the International Conference on Statistics and Data Science that being held in Unhas. This is our hotel, new building. Hopefully you can enjoy this event. We understand this conference has been organized by 2 departments, as mentioned before, Department of Statistics, Hasanuddin University, and the Department of Statistics, IPB University. I think this conference is very well organized and really under control by the committee. So the speakers are here, even they are so far from their home university, from Leeds, UK, and from Colorado so far, and from Queensland. They are here, and I think some of the participants join us from the online Zoom this morning. Look at the grants. The topics will be presented in this university. Quite a lot of very interesting topic about statistics and data science. As we know that statistics is, I think, one of the multidisciplinary science that be used by all the field. Not only for academic, but maybe we can also use statistics for our daily life, daily activity. So this is very important conference. And now at Unhas, we give a big support to this department, also to this faculty, because a lot of prominent scholars come from this faculty. They give a lot of contribution to the publication that we have in this university. Let me introduce you a little bit about this university. We are now have 17 faculties in this university, and we have around more than 200 study programs for undergraduate and also postgraduate. Totally, we have around 50,000 students that are studying in this campus. And we have a lecture around 2,500 lecture and also academic staff. Even we are very far from the central of Indonesia, capital of Indonesia, quite far, but we are already doing a lot of good things, and also we have very good rank this year. The rank university done by our minister. In this year, we are placed to the rank number 4 nationally, Hasanuddin University. So, and one of the things that we like to put a lot of strategy to get more is about research and publication. So we encourage a lot of we encourage lecturer and also our student to do research and also publish their work in the highly reputable journal. And then I think event like this is very important for us. At least we can make a sort of collaboration between us, between UNHAS, for example, with IPB, that and also UNHAS with I think with like Leeds University, Queensland University of Technology, and also Colorado University. We can think about how to collaborate in research. And also we have put some strategy for doing like inbound and outbound student also lecture that we call lecture mobility or people mobility. We have done this program since 2 years, and then we encourage our lecturer to go to many different university outside in Europe, in US, in Australia, in to present the paper and also to take like some course and also to do some link to strengthen the link between our researcher and also the researchers from university as our partners. And then in terms of inbound student and outbound student, we also send our student to many different countries. And also we also accept quite a number of international students that are coming in this university to do their research and also maybe to take some also class here in this university, and we facilitate them all with our that we can facilitate in this university. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, international conference such as this provide a valuable opportunity for us as a researcher and also maybe with the government, because statistics is one of the field that needed by the government to support them with their decision making process, because they are also dealing with quite a lot of data and information to come up with the strategic decision, I think, to make something like planning for developing their institution. And I'm also grateful to the many lecturers that already attend this, I think, attending this conference today, and also some of them will share their experience, also with their knowledge, exchange information with our keynote speaker that already be here today and also tomorrow. Once again, I would like to thank the Dean of the Faculty of Natural Mathematics and Natural Science, and also the organizing committee and the head of department, statistics from IPB University and also Hasanuddin University, and also the Vice Dean. I think I see some Vice Dean that already be here in this conference this morning, and also some of them also from other faculty. And enjoy your conference, enjoy this environment, the city of Makassar. Even the temperature is quite hot now, but I think we can still enjoy this conference today. And also, Professor Kerry, maybe enjoy our traditional food here. Maybe you should try Choto Makassar, and also Makassar is one of our favorite food here. Yeah, and yeah, quite a lot of different foods. And seafood is #1 here in Indonesia, so you should try that. Well, in the name of Allah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare that International Conference on Statistics and Data Science, organized by the Department of Statistics, Hasanuddin University, and also IPB University, is officially open. Thank you very much. Enjoy your conference.
We are going to see an art performance performed by Hasanuddin University students. We call it as Tari Paduta, a traditional dance Thank you, dancers. That was a beautiful performance. Hope everyone is enjoying the performance. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed to the next agenda, which is photo session. For the first session, I would like to invite to come to the front and take picture together the Secretary of Hasanuddin University, our keynote speakers, the representatives of IPB University, and Vice Deans of Mathematics and Natural Science, Head of Department, and all committee to come to the front and take picture together. May the committee please prepare the photographer, please. The photographer ready? On 3, 2, 1. Once more, ladies and gentlemen. 3, 2, 1. Click the camera. That's all good. Okay, now I invite all the participants of this international conference to come to the stage and take picture together. All the committee also. I think we can divide it into 2 rows up to the stage. Some of us can go up to the stage. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu silakan. Photographers ready? All the participants, please. Please be ready. Okay, we are all set. Everyone is ready? Counting on three, 2. Give your big smile, ladies and gentlemen. Once more. 3, 2, 1. Okay. It's all good. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, once more. Okay. Three, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you very much. You may have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, in a short moment, we are going to enter the plenary session 1. But before that, we would like to announce that the parallel session will be taking place in Innovative Room on the 3rd floor of this building. It is going to start at 1:30 in the afternoon after the lunch break. Now we will have a coffee break for 15 minutes before we enter the plenary session 1.
Take up every corner. Watch you go sleep. Day and night, I can feel you over here, I can feel you over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now? Ever since the day you went away, someone tell me how much more do I gotta drink for the pain? What you gonna do now? You did things to me that I just can't forget. Think about all the nights we were tangled up in your bed. Oh no. Up in my head, yeah. Memories follow me left and over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do? Your love stays with me day and night. I can feel you over here. I can feel you over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now? I can feel you over here. I can feel you over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now?
Perlu sesuatu untuk bersantai? Paket Spotify Premium Family memberi semua orang yang tinggal serumah kebebasan mendengarkan musik yang setara dengan akun terpisah. Setiap orang bisa menikmati manfaat premium untuk mendengarkan musik secara offline dan bebas dari iklan manapun. Selain itu, jelajahi rekomendasi musik yang disesuaikan dengan seleramu. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari selengkapnya.
Rungkat ente-entean kelangan kowe sing paling tak sayang. Stop mencintaimu gawe aku ngeluh. Sap. Betul kok kono toh? Sepi tapi iki ngene iki.
Ngejazz iki, Hep.
Enggak mau aku jazz, aku maunya
Sumpah ngejazz iki enak.
ngejazz enak. Tapi sepi.
Terus piye terus?
Tak celok nih bestiku ya. Darso. Dan sayang nganti ra krasa dilarani. Pancen aku iku salah, terlalu percaya mergo mung nyawang rupa. Saiki aku wis sadar, terlalu goblok mencintaimu.
Ku rasakan hangat indahnya sang mentari membangunkanku dari tidur yang lelap ini. Sinarmu yang terang mulai memasuki mata dan mengusirku dari alam mimpi. Dan kini ku bergegas, segera siapkan diriku untuk mulai menjalani hari ini. Tak sabar ku temui seluruh sahabat yang tersenyum menyambut datangnya pagi ini. Dan ku katakan embun membasahi dunia dan mulai mengawali hari ini. Dan
Perjalanan membawamu bertemu denganku, ku bertemu kamu. Sepertimu yang ku cari, konon aku juga seperti yang kau cari. Ku kira kita asam dan garam, dan kita bertemu di belanga. Kisah yang ternyata tak seindah itu. Ku kira kita akan bersama, begitu banyak yang sama, latarmu dan latarku. Ku kira takkan ada kendala, ku kira ini kan mudah, kau aku jadi kita. Kasih sayangmu membekas, redam kini sudah pijar istimewa. Entah apa maksud dunia tentang ujung cerita kita tak bersama. Semoga rindu ini menghilang, konon katanya waktu sembuhkan. Akan adakah lagi yang sepertimu? Ku kira kita akan bersama, begitu banyak yang sama, latarmu dan latarku. Ku kira takkan ada kendala, ku kira ini kan mudah, kau aku jadi kita. Kau melanjutkan perjalananmu, ku melanjutkan perjalananku. Ku kira kita akan bersama, begitu banyak yang sama, latarmu dan latarku. Ku kira takkan ada kendala, ku kira ini kan mudah, kau aku jadi kita. Ku kira kita akan bersama. Hati-hati di jalan, tak mungkin secepat itu kau lupa air mata. Hari ini kau berdamai dengan dirimu sendiri. Kau maafkan semua salahmu, ampuni dirimu. Hari ini ajak lagi dirimu bicara mesra, berjujurlah.
Ingin ku buka lembar baru untuk meneruskan hidupku. Tak mau lagi kesedihan selimuti diriku. Semua orang ingin bahagia menjalani hidup di dunia ini. Ingin ku bukakan jawaban misteri kesenangan sejati. Hari ini ku tentangkan lagu yang ingin ku nyanyikan. Terkenang semua kenangan yang telah ku alami. Lari dan terus bernyanyi mengikuti irama sang mentari. Tawa dan selalu ceria berikan ku arti hidup ini. Lari dan terus bernyanyi mengikuti irama sang mentari.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to continue to the plenary session, we are highly suggested for all the participants to enter the room and have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to the core agenda, which is the plenary session one. In this particular session, we will have our key speakers. The first one is distinguished Professor Kerry Mengersen from Queensland University of Technology, Australia. The second one is Associate Professor Arif Busnanto from Leeds University, United Kingdom. The third one is Dr. Budi Surya Arta from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. In this session, may I invite the moderator for the plenary session, Dr. Agustinus Ribal from Hasanuddin University.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Agustinus Ribal. I am from the Department of Mathematics, Hasanuddin University. I will be the chair for this first plenary session, and then as mentioned by the MC, that this session will have 3 speakers. So the first will be distinguished Professor Kerry Mengersen from the Queensland University of Technology, Australia, and then the second will be Associate Professor Arif Busnanto from University of Leeds, United Kingdom, and the third one will be Dr. Budi Surya Arta Surya from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. And each speaker will have about 35 minutes to talk. And then after all speakers will present their talk, and then we'll have the discussion for about 20 minutes. And so that's our rule today. And before we start, I will start from distinguished Professor Carrie Mengersen. Before I start, I will read a very short introduction about her. So she is from Queensland University of Technology in Australia, and I read her curriculum vitae is very long, and because she also holds so many positions in Australia, so I probably just keep some of them. I'll just mention three of them. For example, she's working in complex system modeling, Bayesian networks, and applied statistics. And she so many grants in Australia, especially from IRC, and then as you know, this is the most important, and then there's a challenging grant to obtain in Australia, but she ended in 20, and then she receives she received accolades almost every year from 2014 until 2020, and at least one of them is only one in 2017, others more than one. So this we call it very distinguished professor. And then regarding her publications, it's very unbelievable that she has 8 index in Scopus 57 with 579 papers and Google Scholar 77. This is very, very impressive. All right. I'm not going to take all much of her time, and then I'll let her to start from now for about 35 minutes. So, Professor Carrie, time is yours. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation to speak here. Esteemed leaders of the universities, esteemed colleagues, participants, and importantly, thank you to the organisers of this conference. It's very difficult to organise a conference. It takes a lot of time, and I appreciate all the efforts that's gone into making this amazing conference. So thank you. I've been to Makassar, I've been told by my colleague Aswi, 5 times now. And I love it. It's a great place to come. So thank you for inviting me again. Unfortunately, I only know 3 words of Bahasa, so I'm going to have to fix that. I know Salamat Pagi, so Salamat Pagi. Terima kasih, terima kasih, and makan. So that's an important word to learn. So I have my priorities. So I would like to talk to you today about integrating complex data through Bayesian networks. And I'll start by introducing our centre. We have a Centre for Data Science at QUT, and the Centre for Data Science aims to be a national and global leader in the development of frontier methods for the purposeful use of data to benefit our world. The centre goes across the whole university and encompasses about 150 members, about 140 students, higher degree research students, and about 5 faculties. So data science is everywhere across our university. And in fact, we know that it's everywhere across every business, every organisation, every government, across the world. And so we're in a really good position to work in the area of data science. In our university, we work on core programs on different types of data and how we bring those different types of data together and analyse them. So this could be satellite data or sensor data or large-scale real-time data, or it could be internet data. It could be a geo-positioned data. So as I walk around, I track the location of where I am and I want to analyse that. It could be mobile phone data. So all of you that are on your mobile phones now, you are being tracked. Okay, so we also have models and algorithms. We have data. We have complex data analysis, human-centered AI, and responsible data science. That means data ethics, good data governance, good practices in coding, and so on. And we also have data science applied to many different areas of research in the university. We've connected those areas through a data science at QUT collaboration. And we've also extended that reach, not just to the Centre for Data Science at QUT, but also to other centres for data science around Australia. There are many centres now that have been developed in Australia, and so we're trying to connect the people, the resources, and the opportunities so that we can benefit, to increase the benefit that Australian data science can deliver. So we then have now about 30 different centres for data science connected across Australia. And one of the advantages of that is that we can collaborate on research, we can share opportunities, we can share students, and we can also collaborate with external organisations and international organisations to benefit all of the universities in Australia. So we would like to make connections, for example, to the universities that are leading this conference, to IPB and to UNHAS, to connect with our Australian Data Science Network. So statistics and data science are sisters in the world of data analysis. Both statistics and data science focus on the process of analysing data to extract meaningful insights. The data that we use here come from many different sources, including databases, business transactions, sensors, and more. Analysing these data to produce a solution requires a team effort, and that team involves people from mathematical sciences. Who's from mathematics here? Mathematical sciences? People in maths? What about people in statistics? Statistical science? What about people in computer science? Some computer science people? We've got a few, great. People in information science. So that's a lot around how data processes run and how supply chains, for example, work. Also, we have e-research in data engineering. Who's in data engineering areas? Who's computer science, the computing area, more algorithms and coding? Are there people who like coding, algorithms? What about in the area of AI? Who's in the area of AI here? Who would like to be in the area of AI? Some people? Yeah, some people? Great. Okay. So we can see that these areas that are then applied to many different domains: health, environment, business, society, and so on. So when we look at data and we look at particular problems, as statisticians, we're often focused on one particular problem. But when we look at that, we see that that problem is actually part of a complex system. Our data and the questions that we're asking are involved in a complex system. And in order to be able to analyze that data properly, we should be thinking about the system as a whole. One approach to modeling this is a Bayesian network. And I'd like to talk about this in the context of the protection of threatened species. So this is a really important priority for the Sustainable Development Goals. It's an important priority for our countries everywhere, but importantly for Australia and Indonesia. And it's also important in the context of climate change. These species can be important in their own right, and they're threatened because of climate change, but they're also an indicator of other sorts of changes that are happening in our environment and our society. So in Australia, we're focusing on a number of cases, for example, koalas, and I've also been involved in work on orangutans in Kalimantan here in Indonesia. So that's been a great experience working on orangutans here. I wanted to, when we also look at the protection of threatened species, though, it's not just enough to look at, for example, koalas and what might be, a particular feature of koalas, but we have to think about where can we predict the location of these threatened species. And the challenge is because they're difficult to observe and there are large terrains and it's hard to get to those terrains. So what can we do to learn about the whole complexity of the system in order to protect koalas? So one approach is that we use satellite data or remote sensing data or drones. And so we have drones at QUT, and we've been working on the use of thermal imagery connected to drones. So you can pick up the signatures of koalas across the space. And so what we can do is we can use these drones then to take the images. We can use, for example, neural networks. Who uses neural networks here? Anybody? And random forests. It's another machine learning method. You people, yeah. So we can use neural networks and spatial random forests to train the model to learn about identification of the koalas. And we can test that model using some of the other images that we have in the data set. So we split our data into two sets. One is a training set, one is a test set. We develop the model using the training data, and then we validate the model using the other data that the model hasn't seen. Then what we can do is we can use that validated model to predict locations in other images and also in other sites. But the problem is that koalas are not just we can use there's all sorts of features that we need to think about when we're looking at the prediction of the location of a species. For example, you can see here some of the features that we need to think about. And in order to make a decision about protection or prioritization of a species, that's a complex problem, and it requires a complex systems solution. So let's look at the kind of data that we have to build that broader model. So now we have identification of koalas from drones, but we only have that in certain locations because the drone can't fly everywhere across the whole space. So we might just have a location here and a location here, but we want to know about the whole area. So what can we do? Let's learn about some of those factors from other information. There's a lot of literature that's available. And we can extract information from that literature. We can also use satellite data. So I know some of the people in this room are involved in the analysis of satellite imagery. Yeah? Who else is involved in the analysis of satellite imagery? Now, the reason for asking for hands up is that if you're interested in satellite imagery, here's the fellow to come and talk to. Okay? So, yeah. Okay? Good. So we can use satellite imagery to get measurements of our input data for each of the areas. And then we can use process those GIS raster layers representing each variable. And we used an R package, SF. And for the purpose of the model, we discretized those layers as low and high. And I'll explain why in a minute. Another source of information is model outputs. There are many models that have been built about climate, about sensitivity of threatened species. And so they can be systems dynamic models, they can be mathematical models, they can be statistical models, and we want to be able to use that information as well. So we also have expert information. People who are experts on koalas or orangutans, and also the public, the community. They know about these animals, they know where they might be, and they know what the factors are that are affecting them. And we want to be able to use that information as well. So now we have all of this different kind of information. As data scientists, we can analyze each of those separate types of information using sophisticated statistical and machine learning tools, but we need to be able to put that information together. And so how to model all of these data sources as a complex system. And that brings us to a Bayesian network. So who knows about Bayesian networks? Can I see a little bit? Great. So a Bayesian network is a probabilistic graphical model that represents a set of variables and their conditional dependencies via a cyclic graph. So here's an example of a Bayesian network. So we have a graph here, which consists of nodes representing the factors and also arrows representing the associations. And you can factors that we had in our complex system, but depicted through this graph. We then go and quantify that network using the information that we have available and the methods that I just showed you. Once we've done that, we can validate the model, so we can use other information to say how well the model is fitting the available data. It's not too bad. And then we can visualize it. So we've built an interface now so that you can go into any of those particular 121,000 land parcels and see the probability, like what the threat level is, what the habitat quality is, and what's the potential number of koalas based on this Bayesian network. So this is the interface, and the Bayesian network sits behind it to provide the information for that interface. And so then what we do from that then is we can give each area, each land parcel, a customized prediction. And that enables individual action, an individual solution based on the data for each land parcel, each landowner and the managers. And so the tool shows the outcomes at individual land parcel level, and the individual context of each land parcel can be taken into account when making management decisions. So you can see over on the right-hand side here, we have the number of possible koalas that are coming out of the Bayesian network. We can see the threat management levels based on the factors that were important to us, and also the habitat. And we can change it. What if we reduce the threats? Okay, what if, like dog strikes or vehicle strikes, what if we increase the habitat quality? What would that do? Because that would change then the probabilities in the network. What would that do to the potential number of koalas? So it can be a way of prioritizing the management strategies for each particular region. We use satellite data to allow baselining for the koala potential. So because we know that the vegetation and the environment is changing, then we can update this Bayesian network using the satellite imagery as it comes in. We can also make decisions at multiple levels. So we can zoom in and zoom out. And so if a manager is looking at a regional level, then they can get regional information. And if a landowner is looking at a particular small level, then they can get landowner information. So this is really trying to convert the data that we have to solutions for the different managers and the different decision makers. So what we end up with is learning about overall, as well as individual areas, but we learn about the most important threats for koalas. And what we see here is, we also get, so we get, okay, so what we get is top-ranked areas for koalas. So which areas are most likely to have koalas? That's important for management. We also get what's happening in each of the areas. These are the larger regions in terms of habitat quality and threat management. We also get koala potential maps. So for each of the 121,000 areas, what's the potential number of koalas that could be in that area, particularly if they undertook some kind of management action. And then we can see also the relative importance of each of the factors. And what we see here is that the factors that are most important, based on integrating all of the information, comes from the ecology, vegetation cover, and vehicle strikes. So this is cars that are hitting the animals. So these are things that management can do something about. Okay, and then also there's the problem of disease. One of the things that I'd like to bring your attention to is that there is still ongoing research about how we cluster then these model outputs. So which areas look like which other areas? And that might be important for understanding who's doing a good job and which areas do I look like? But also there's the question of model parameters. And so if we want to cluster the model parameters, that is a difficult statistical and mathematical problem. And so this is work that we've just been working on at the moment, and Paul Wu has a paper in archive if any of you are interested in looking at that. So for future solution then, for conservation management, we found substantial variation in the potential koalas supported through Southeast Queensland. Different combinations of actions would be required to support viable koala populations in different regions, and management resources should be allocated in consultation with multiple stakeholders and considering local habitat and threat levels. How am I going for time? 5 minutes? Yeah? 10 minutes, okay, all right. Okay, so some of the outstanding issues in Bayesian networks, and this is areas for research, are around uncertainty in these models. Now, they already have probabilities in the models, but there's still other uncertainties that we need to think about. One is the model structure. We developed the model, but do we believe the structure, or is that the only way that we could structure the model? Uncertainties in the probabilities that are associated to the nodes, also uncertainties in probabilities over time, and uncertainty in the transferability of the model. And what I mean by that is, can we take a Bayesian network that's developed in one context and apply it to another context? Can I take the model of koalas that I've built in Queensland and apply it to Western Australia? Okay, can I take a model of orangutans that I've developed in one part of Indonesia and apply it to another part of Indonesia? Okay, so if we look at each of these just quickly, uncertainties in model structure, we could get everybody in the room and just make one model, but sometimes people don't agree. And so what we can do then is build a single model and add different nodes or structure to account for those differences. We can also build separate models and either evaluate the difference in the model outputs, or we can combine those outputs, for example, using Bayesian model averaging. So a sort of weighted combination based on the model fit. One of the ways that we can also look at it is to just build different models. And this is an example of, we did this with two groups that were in disagreement about how we should prioritize the threatened species for management purposes. So two BENs were built with an overall outcome of, should we invest in the conservation of the species? And this was from two perspectives, a government opinion and a non-government organisation. So this was the first model that was built by one group. And I'm not expecting you to read the notes, but just the sort of the outline. And this is the one that was built by another group. Okay, so two different ways of thinking about the model structure. So what we did was we actually quantified both of these. And what we found was that we could find what the degree of urgency was for prioritization from each of the models. And you can see here that there's quite a big difference in some of the features, some of the species, in terms of whether they were considered to be urgent through this modeling by the non-government and the government organisations. Also, but what we find is in the results then that there's more similarity. And if I just go to the overall probability of investing in a species under the two models, even though there was a lot of debate about the model structure and about the information that went into it from the two groups, overall, when we did this modelling, the same species came out to be important. And the message I want to say here is that we can argue about some of the small stuff, but when it comes to figuring out what the models actually tell us, maybe we're all coming up with the same overall answer. And as statisticians and data scientists, we can do this. We can resolve some of these arguments and disagreements between different groups using data and using our models. Now, one of the other difficulties that we have is that we might have uncertainty in node probabilities. And just to take an example, if we have multiple experts or multiple sources of data generally, how do we resolve that information? So I'm going to just show you quickly how we might do that. We could pool the results of that. So we can take a joint model about the node provided by N experts, and we can find a pooled approximation of that information. The prior linear pooling means that we would do this combination within each node. And then the posterior linear pooling says that we would combine the results of the nodes after the end. Now, one of the problems with there are a number of problems with linear pooling. And some of these are that we only get a point estimate for the consensus, and the variation in expert opinions is lost. And it doesn't follow a coherent probability model. So if we do this just pooling within each of the nodes or pooling the node information at the end, this does not follow a coherent probability model. And the different methods can result in very different answers. So, and the conditional probability, conditional independence structure of the BN is not reflected in the way in which the expert opinions are combined, particularly for prior linear pooling. So what we came up with then was a measurement error approach. So if we have different information, it could be expert information, it could be other information, different information quantifying a particular node, then we can use this kind of approach. So we take the marginal probability for each expert and we model that as a beta distribution. And then we allow for variation between the experts. So we build a model that allows for this variation between experts, and then we can combine a consensus from the multiple nodes. And so again, we say that PJ has a beta distribution, and then we have a multivariate normal random effect to be able to combine that information from each of the experts. And we also allow between expert variation through this kind of modeling. So when we do this then, we have to think carefully about the structure of the network. And the structure of the network, because it has these directed graph, that's a directed graphical model, means that we have to be careful about then the structure of the random effect. And so when we do this, if we have the right sparsity, because the sparsity that's induced by the Bayesian network then we can undertake this in the correct way. So I'll just say that we can get the right structure to reflect the conditional independence of the Bayesian network. So this is an improvement on the approach. And if you think of this in terms of 99 experts here, and we can do this approach. So we've just got a very simple model here. This is one on wayfinding, and we have human factors and environmental factors. So it's a very simple way of setting up that, like reflecting the conditional independence in the network through this matrix Q. When we deconstruct that, and I won't go through the maths, I'm happy to share the slides, but this is what happens with the way that we do this approach here. Then what we end up with is we do the analysis in R, in INLA, and we get some results. So what we find here is that we get good results for being able to combine this information. It's a coherent result, and it's much better than the linear pooling approach. Okay, so summary for this is that this is a new measurement error model for combining opinions in Bayesian networks. The results indicate improved performance and increased inferential capability compared with current approaches, and we can extend the model to include bias and additional covariates. So that's just an example of how we can use Bayesian networks to integrate data for future solutions. And some of the interesting areas of application and mathematical and statistical development and research that is still required in this area. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Everyone, this very interesting talk from Professor Kerry. And then everyone who has any question will keep until the end of this session. So we'll keep going the speaker, and then so you may have a seat for a while, Kerry, and then we'll ask you later on after the all three people present.
Recording in progress.
Thanks again to distinguished Professor Kerry for
Like in an examination again, I'm standing here, honestly. So please give me your assessment later on in secret, not in public. So ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The topic of my presentation is artificial versus real intelligence. This has been bugging me in the last few months. But just to manage our expectation, the term artificial intelligence here can be interpreted broadly, which include machine learning. Quo vadis is a Latin word of where do you go, but usually used in the context of including the first person as well. So we can loosely interpret this as where do we go? Okay. Right, so the aim is to discuss recent developments, including some pitfalls and potential future directions of artificial intelligence, of AI, but we limit our discussion
an illustration in healthcare. We in Leeds are involved in many research, including recently my PhD student graduated from electrical engineering in power systems. And she came to me a long time ago with the problem of, can we detect anomaly detection within 2 seconds? Anything detected after 2 seconds will be less useful. But we limit our discussion now in healthcare. This is generally applicable in other areas as well. I will exclude discussion on generative AI, this ChatGPT and all these AI tools. It's currently a problem for University of Leeds, especially me, because I'm teaching 400 students in a class. It's a compulsory first year module. And there are 2 coursework components in which the students need to write a report. We actually tested that the text produced by ChatGPT, even the tools made by ChatGPT to detect that it was made by ChatGPT couldn't detect that with satisfactory result. Because what happened is that students are smart enough. I'm not trying to teach you, but they're smart enough to use paraphrasing tools using AI before submitting the report. So it's quite a major problem for us to detect this. But I'm not going to discuss that today. And again, my background is in statistics, so it's basically a statistician's view. And the disclaimer here is that I'm not a biologist, clinician, or pathologist, so I may have oversimplified some problems, processes, or situation. So for this, I can only apologize. So I asked ChatGPT this question. The question is the future bright for statisticians? Why? Because it is part of the topic of the conference today. And it gave me this answer. As of my last knowledge update in September 2021, the future for statisticians appeared to be quite promising, and several factors contribute to this positive outlook. Okay, so for those of you whose English is the first language, you probably can detect, you can read between the lines, we say. But for those of you whose first language is not English, allow me to explain to you, okay? In English, we say this as of my last knowledge as a starting answer is usually to soften the blow. This is usually to, you know, if I'm allowed to say in Indonesian, sebelum kita menyampaikan pandangan yang negatif, biasanya kita selalu dimulai dengan ini bukan berarti ini loh, ini bukan berarti ini loh, ini bukan berarti ini loh, dan seterusnya, baru hasilnya diomongkan. Jelas ya? So we need a little bit of dialectics in this case. And secondly, appears to be quite promising. This is usually when we say to a student who barely passed, just pass a module, but he, she, or they can actually achieve slightly higher than the pass mark. So this is something we say, oh, it's quite promising. Okay, so ChatGPT have a positive outlook, but not that positive about the future of statisticians. And it also gives this answer at the bottom of that long answer. While the future looks promising for statisticians, it's important to note that staying current with technological advancement, such as new statistical methods, etc. So basically, ChatGPT is saying that it's quite promising, but if you don't keep up, I may have to say this slightly less positive. That's what they're saying. Okay. As a control, we statisticians like control. I also ask this question. Is the future bright for statistical science? Now I'm asking the statistical as a science, statistics as a science. Why? look at the answer that the ChatGPT gave me? Yes, yes. The first word is yes. Without hesitation, without any statement to quote unquote soften the blow, yes. The future for statistical science appears to be bright, not promising, bright, for several reasons, etc. And it didn't give any note at the end of that answer. So you can imagine ChatGPT has a more positive outlook for statistics as a science, but not for statisticians. Why? Because AI has taken over? I don't know, but the trend is going there. Bernard Marr, a journalist who likes to write some articles on artificial intelligence, data science, described 5 trends in data science analytics, include data democratization. So all members of a company or an institution will have access to the data. They will be able to interpret the data, interpret the results, interpret the analysis. Artificial intelligence, of course, cloud and data as a service. We also have that now. So we can access the data in the cloud without having to download the data. So we can just do analysis in the cloud, real-time data. Now, because the streaming data, a lot. So if we want something with regard to a particular analysis, that data can be retrieved quickly. Data governance and regulation, I may touch on this in my next few slides. And AI is in the trend because it gets better with more data. Arguably, it gets better with more data. And it has machine learning and statistical learning under the hood, we say in England, under the hood. So if you open the hood of a car, so underneath it is just machine learning and statistical learning. It will have the biggest impact on how we live, work, and do business in the future with some pitfalls. And here's the recent developments in AI, and I will use the example of healthcare. And in healthcare, we have a challenge of more accurate diagnosis, okay? Because a misdiagnosis will result in less chance of recovery or survival. So practitioners, doctors, clinicians are always challenged with complex cases nowadays. For example, in cancer, tumor subtype diagnosis from histopathological slides is important because the treatment administered to a patient will depend on the subtype of the cancer. So here's an example. So this is what pathologists actually will see when they want to decide whether the tumor is of subtype A or B, for example. So they will look into microscope under it. There's a glass where the sample biopsy is put on that. And on the top row, images from normal cells. In the bottom row, from cancer cells. So just looking at this slide, pathologists need to decide what subtype the tumor is. So you can imagine it's very difficult to distinguish even between normal and cancer, let alone deciding what subtype the tumor is, okay? Now, some companies are specializing in this using AI, basically neural network underneath it, and they actually produce software that they sell to hospitals and health authorities on how to make the prediction better or improve prediction. Secondly, to get more accurate diagnosis, utilizing more information data from patients. Now data is no longer just about patients' demographics or patients' symptoms or clinical variables. They're quite heterogeneous now. GP records, genetic information, MRI images. So in addition to accurate prediction, the key challenge here is how do we combine information from different modes of data visualization. So Professor Carey has given us one way on to how to combine information from different modes of data. So here's an example of that is that data on imaging, EHR. EHR is electronic health records. SNP is single nucleotide polymorphism. This is basically genetic information. And how do we combine them? Whether we combine them at the raw data, we call it, before making the prediction, or we extract immediate features first from those before making the prediction, or we actually making prediction directly from each of these type of data, imaging, EHR, or SNP, before making quote-unquote consensus on the predicted outcome. Yeah. So some companies have focused on this, but one thing that I would like to mention here is that this one company, Okin, used something what we call federated learning, not distributed learning, but federated learning. I deal with big data sometimes, and I use distributed learning within high computing server. But federated learning is something where you don't send the data to other computer or other nodes. What you send is the model. So the data sits where they are. It's just that we send the model to perform the analysis locally before pulling the result. So we don't send the data. So this is preferred because of data privacy nowadays. And thirdly, more accurate diagnosis can translate into better patient care. And I give an example here of waiting times in ER, or in UK it's A&E, accident and emergency. Although some people interpret that as anything and everything. In Montreal, a hospital uses AI to improve patient care. What do we mean by this? So basically, they have something where they ask the patients or the person who come to AI, for example, if you enter the ER, you're 88 years old, you have bad vital signs, you're short of breath, and the algorithm predicts 95% chance that you need to be admitted to the hospital, okay, to reduce waiting times. But there is a note on this approach in later slide, which I will raise. And the last one, in terms of recent developments, is specifically in cancer, about accurate and early detection. Early is the key here. Early, because if we detect early, then the chance of survival for the patients will increase. And now we use all available data, be it in the genetic, genomic, and even images data, to detect early on cancer. Now, some pitfalls related to the previous AI implementation in Montreal Hospital is that some researchers warn of bias. So implementation of AI, they warn of bias. Why? Because AI models will reflect on the data they are trained on. So if there is a bias of gender, bias of a certain demographics overrepresented in that data on which the AI were trained, they may be biased towards those demographics. Yeah. And this is not specific in the context of healthcare. This was famous in 2018 when Amazon has a bias against women in their recruiting tool. And then I put this as pitfalls in inverted commas, more like a reality check for me, at least, is that even though we have a superpower computing facility with tens of thousands of cores to detect or to decide whether they are subtype A or B, pigeons identify breast cancer as well as humans. Pigeons, burung merpati. Yeah, and here's the paper. Here's the paper. I'm not kidding. This is pigeons. And this is what they do. They train pigeons to decide whether this slide, you know, the image that I showed you earlier, whether this image, so this, whether the cancer is benign or malignant. And what makes me sad in a way is that you see there, within 2 weeks, the pigeons can have accuracy, percent correct, almost 90% within 2 weeks. Just to give you an idea, a pathologist usually have accuracy of 65 to 75%, roughly, a pathologist. But an experienced pathologist usually up to 80%, 85 if they're very, very good after training for 20, 30 years. But these pigeons can reach that level of accuracy trained within 2 weeks. Okay? So I don't know whether AI will be replaced later on with animal intelligence. I don't know. I don't know. But this is happening. I'm not trying to suggest anything else, but they're good. They're really good in this case. Future direction, there are many future directions, but one thing that I just want to raise here is personalized medicine. Everything is get personalized now. Even if you buy something online, you will get an email saying that, oh, we have this discount for you, this certain percent on this. It's because that discount is only specific for you. Okay? Now, personalized medicine, the treatment that given to you will be specific to you based on your genetic makeup. Okay, this is critical in cancer because cancer is not a single disease. It's a very complex disease. So now some companies already develop personalized mRNA cancer vaccines. So basically, your genetic makeup is retrieved from you, and then a vaccine is developed specifically for that. And 2 weeks ago, this is in the news, the first patients to have the incurable cancer treated by new personalized mRNA vaccines that could revolutionize cancer care. This is a news from 2 weeks ago, roughly 2 weeks ago. So basically, the vaccines are injected to you so that your own immune system will recognize those cancer cells. Because the way at the moment is that we see cancer cells is able to evade your immune system. Okay. So a note on this is that this approach will become more common and requires extensive research, no doubt about it. Well, challenges, many unknown and potentially unobserved confounders may be present, and this may still be around. Yeah, because uncertainty in genomic and genetic is very high. And understanding on what genomic markers involve and how they work. So we are talking about mechanism and Bayesian network that Professor Carey mentioned earlier is one way to describe the complex network. And lastly, it's always big data. It's always big data. So we have this population-based biobank in the UK with 500,000 individuals, or it's getting towards 1 million. And then we have 1,500 demographics and clinical variables, 1 million genetic code in terms of SNP, single nucleotide polymorphism. On top of that, imaging on all types of data for those individuals are available. So it's a very big data. But the challenge is correlation might be an issue here. I'm not saying this necessarily in a bad or in a negative way. If you select 100 individuals randomly in Makassar, you can be assured that they are independent. 1,000, yeah, maybe still independent. But if you selected 100,000 from Makassar, I don't think you would be prepared to say that they're independent, because your family members will be included, your friends, your extended family who shared genetic makeup with you, who shared environmental variables with you. So you know they're no longer independent. Okay, this is in addition to the correlation between genetic markers in your data. Now, with regard to artificial versus real intelligence, well, AI can be very good at specific tasks. It can. We can train AI to superhuman level. In the previous examples, we have chess, the computer playing chess to beat even grandmaster in chess. But when it comes to complex problems, possibly in a complex system, and again, this is Professor Kerry has mentioned about this, more real intelligence, human intelligence are still needed. In particular, I want to mention about the creativity to solve a complex problem, which AI still cannot do, of course. Yeah. Some emerging areas, climate, weather prediction. This is something we are currently working on, is nowcasting. So it's no longer forecasting, it's nowcasting. So based on data that are in the past, I don't know, 30 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours, are we able to make prediction for the weather in the next 15 minutes or 30 minutes? Okay. And extreme value prediction. This is still a challenge for us. We may be probably content with prediction around normal range data, but for insurance company, they want to know whether the prediction will be above a certain threshold. Okay. Because if it's less than 1 billion rupiah, for example, they may not be worried. But if the claim, because of such an extreme situation, is above 1 billion or above 10 billion rupiah, then they will be worried. Okay, so they don't mind if the prediction for an insurance claim is below 1 billion or below 10 billion, depending on the big or small company. But if it's above a certain value, that they will have to think hard about that. Okay, so research is still an area wide open, of course, more for brain investment. So this is our recent work in Leeds on copy number alteration and cancer. Some of the research results that we have worked on actually being used in Leeds Teaching Hospital to make prediction on cancer patients' tumor subtype. So copy number alteration are chromosomal aberrations. So some regions in the genome exhibit more or less than the normal 2 copies. We all have, normal individuals have 2 copies of the chromosome. It's a hallmark of cancer, where each cancer location type or subtype has its own CNA signature. Okay, so our focus is in lung cancer, and next generation sequencing is the technology to measure this. So we developed statistical methods for the overall analysis pipeline to prediction, pre-processing noisy biological data, all the way to prediction of tumor subtype, prediction patient survival, and statistical tests for marker identification, etc. This is something we have done in Leeds. So to give you an idea, on the left panel, that is a karyotype of human chromosomes for normal individual. Yeah, 2 copies, chromosome 1, 2, 3, etc. 2 copies of that. 2 copies of every chromosome. But in lung tumor cells, you can see here, in chromosome 1, they have 3 copies. Not only 3 copies, but they are actually shortened here compared to this. So there are some gene loss and some gene gain. And this is what happened in cancer cells or tumor cells. So if the horizontal axis here is the genomic location and the vertical axis is copy number. So this is what happened basically. If it's normal 2 copies, it will be like that. But if some regions have some deletion, so it will have 1 copy, for example, before it's 2 copies. And here, normal copies, and this region experience an amplification of copy number. Okay. So this is how the data is generated. So the DNA is being chopped in a way, and that is mapped to human reference genome. And then in one window, genomic window, we count how many reads fall into that window. And then this is what happened. The data will look like this, very noisy. We had to publish 3 papers just to make sense of this data, because we can see here there is a jump and drops on this, but we don't know how to deal with that. So here's an example after with some normalization and scaling. So we are able to map, so which region has how many copies, how many ratios. Yeah, 1 means 2 copies, ratio to the normal copies. And this is after normalization and scaling. So we use this information for prediction later on. So the data characteristics is that CNA estimates is taken from 17 to 23,000 genomic windows or location, and they are correlated because of spatial correlation. So I should skip this, but what we want to say here, this is on prediction of cancer patient survival in Leeds, UK. So we have time to death recorded from surgery on those patients, 89 patients, some clinical variables, age, TNM staging, and remodeling the hazard and identifying important genomic regions. So a little bit of Greek letters. I know some, when I'm teaching in UK, the second I show Greek letter in whatever shape and form, students then immediately to look down. So this is basically the hazard is modeled as the baseline hazard times the covariates, exponential of the covariates. X beta is for the clinical variables, and the genomic information is in Z. So B there is high dimensional, 17,000, 18,000, corresponding to the genomic location. The middle equation is the standard Cox model. We all know this is over parameterized because of we have 18,000 parameters on B. So my apologies, I should have mentioned something before jumping to the last equation there. The last equation is basically the result of assuming the random effects B to follow a mixture distribution of normal, Cauchy, and Laplace distribution. Okay, so that's why we have this penalty function in the end. So this is the result from the normal assumption. This is the result from a Cauchy distribution assumption. And this is the result from Laplace distribution assumption, or LaSue. And there's a structure with this in terms of precision matrix, which is basically we constrain there that subsequent genomic regions to be constrained that they don't have a sudden change up and down. As a result, the estimates is relatively smooth, and we are able to identify important genomic regions in addition to making prediction on the hazard. So I just skip this as a concluding remarks. The future is bright, I can assure you, for statisticians, because, well, in some areas, machine learning methods may have solved relevant problems in specific tasks, but much more complex problems or new areas are emerging with new challenges. And this is where statisticians are badly needed. So we're not going to be out of business anytime soon. Research, education, and challenges are not getting simpler, although some concerns still remain to be addressed. So I think that's the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the future is bright. That's the keyword, right? The future is bright for statistician. All right. We are going to go to the next. So again, if anyone has any question, and then we'll leave the question until the end of this session, and then we can discuss all your questions. And now we go to the third person or third presenter in this first plenary, and the speaker will be Dr. Budi Suryarta. He is from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. But before I go through the multimedia, because this will be run virtually via Zoom. Then let me introduce his work. So Dr. Budi Suryarta is a lecturer at the Victoria University of Wellington School of Mathematics and Statistics in New Zealand. He completed his PhD from Netherlands, and then he puts lots of information in his CV. But I can also say that his research interest in almost all of them were statistical things. And then he also won some research grants, and most of them are traveling research. And then he's an editor of some journals, and also he's a reviewer of various international journals. And okay, so I will pass the session to the multimedia team, and then I hope Dr. Budi Suryarta can hear my voice.
Yes, can you hear me?
All right, sure. I can hear you, and then I think we can hear you in this room. So I'll give you about 35 minutes for your talk, and then hopefully I'll let you know the last 5 minutes. So my time is yours.
Okay. So first of all, can you see my screen? Because I just share my screen here to everyone. Hello.
We haven't seen your screen yet. So
because I just share my screen. Share screen.
We haven't seen your share screen. Okay, now it's coming.
Yeah, is it? Can you see it?
No. Yes, okay. All right. Now we see your screen.
Yeah, can you see my slide now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. So it is very great pleasure to be here, even though it's via Zoom, to be able to speak at this conference. So for that reasons, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the chance to present my work at this conference. So today, I'm going to talk about a part of my work, joint work with Professor Helena Friedman. So this is basically based on this paper, only part of it. So Helena Friedman is from Stern
Excuse
School
me,
of
Dr.
Business.
Budi.
Yes.
We couldn't see your face.
You cannot see what?
We couldn't see your face. I mean, your video.
My face. Okay.
Your video is not up there.
My screen, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
But you cannot see my, yeah,
No,
there.
we couldn't
Sorry.
see your camera.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
All right, now we can see your camera, but
Yes?
we lose your screen. Okay,
Yeah,
so
you can see both
we
now,
cannot-
right?
it seems that we cannot have on either your presentation or your video.
Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
All right, so
So,
that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So this is the title of my talk. So statistical inference for incomplete data. So this is basically an introduction, and with applications I will discuss towards the end of my talk. So this is my correct name. So Budi Arta Surya. It's not Budi Surya Arta. So and then I'm from Victoria University of Wellington. Okay, so this is the outline of my talk. So I will discuss briefly what is data from viewpoint of statistics, and I will discuss the expectations EM algorithm for the estimation of a general mixture of Markov jump processes, and then I will discuss some results on the EM algorithm for the maximum likelihood estimation for the mixture, and then I will complete my talk with some concrete examples. Okay, so now let me start. So what is that data? So data is basically a factor, as we already saw from the previous two speakers. Now in this case, I will give a bit more abstractions on the definition of data. So this is basically a factor living on the RP. So it is a real value, and then we assume here the factor X. So we have complete. So the factor X, the data X here, is only partially observed through a factor Y with the dimension Q less than the dimension of the original factor X. Now, so we assume that the both are random. So they are both random and are defined on the same probability space, the triplet omega filtration and the probability measure. And then this is the state space that maps the value of the random factor X onto the Y through the mapping or function T. Okay, and then here we assume that there exist probability density functions for the complete complete information X, and then also for the observed information Y. Yeah, on which is assumed to be absolutely continuous to well, in this case here, the Lebesgue measure. Now for formality, so we want to derive the probability density of the observations. Now for that purpose here, we so the density of the observed data is basically the integral of the complete of the posterior of the probability density of the complete data integrate over a set X, this curly X defined on the top, So it's basically all the value of x under which that maps onto a factor y. Yeah. So as we can see here, so the line next to it, the log likelihood of the observed data. So it is given by the average of the log of the integral, and then we can see if you want to derive the score functions, and as you can see, it comes into in a complex form, and it is a bit difficult to pull out a single estimation for theta out of these score equations. Now, so this is the EM algorithm plays the key roles into solving, into deriving the estimator iteratively. Yeah. So this has been the algorithm was introduced some time ago by Dempster in 1977. Okay, so it's basically you can estimate the parameter theta, the distribution of the complete data, by solving the equation 2. So it's basically the weighted average. So this is the recursive equation for the update of the estimator. Now I got some results on this page here. So on the maximum likelihood estimation for incomplete data. Now, so this is, let me discuss a concrete example about the mixture about how you apply the EM algorithm into a mixture of Markov jump processes. So this is, as I said, so I pull out some result from, I refer to this paper for the applications, not exactly from this paper, because this is currently under revision. So this is something similar to that, to those presented in this paper. So this is joint work with Professor Friedman from NYU, New York University in New York Business School. Now, so here we are familiar with the previous speakers already talk about a mixture, but normally a mixture of distributions. Now, what is here, what I would like to discuss with you is a mixture of processes. So, which is in this case here is Markov jump processes. So as we can see, Markov process has been used in many places in finance. So in finance, you can use Markov process to describe the credit rating transitions between a finite number of credit rating. And also for the actuarial science, in option pricings, reliability theory, and also survival analysis. So survival analysis, it was first introduced. You can use the Markov process to model the health propagation of patients from being healthy and sick. So like in this case here, so from being healthy and sick, and then the sickness getting deteriorated and eventually moving to the observing state. So this is the Markov process, the state diagram for the Markov process here. So the mixture is that is the following. Let me explain what the mixture of process here. So suppose that we have m number of Markov processes defined on the same transition diagram, but for each Markov processes has its own intensity matrix. As we know, the Markov process is uniquely characterized by the initial distributions and also the transition matrix. So as you can see here, when we observe a transition between states, we cannot actually identify from which group or which underlying Markov process are being observed. Yeah, so so this is the resident information here regarding the group. Yeah, so or the regime to which the to which the underlying the actual process came from. Yeah, so this is how we modeled the mixture mathematically. So in terms of the convolutions of the process, so you can see the equation 3. This is a mixture of processes, random processes, instead of a mixture of distributions. Now, please bear in mind that the mixture of process does not necessarily lead to a mixture of the distribution of the law of the underlying processes, but the other way around holds, meaning that the mixture of the law of the underlying process leads to a special type of mixture. Okay, so so something like this, and also unlike the underlying processes, the mixture is not necessarily Markovian. Okay, so even though the underlying processes are Markov, but the mixture are generally not Markov. Okay, so this is the parameter theta here, the parameter of the mixture. So the pi here indicates the initial distribution of selecting initial state, and the T subscript M, this is the generator matrix for a Markov process M. So here we have M, big M number of mixture, and the SM is the probability of selecting the underlying Markov process M in each state. Yeah. So this is, as we can see, we have an additional parameter in the mixture, namely the selecting probability or the regime probability SM, compared to the Markov process. Now, this is about where the Markov process has been used in literature. As I said, survival analysis, and ecological modeling, marketing, and DNA, and so on and so forth. So it's basically the mixture allows us to incorporate heterogeneity in the observations, because as we know, the Markov process is a time homogeneous process, whereas the mixture here, because we allow the underlying process as its own intensity matrix. So this is basically what we're trying to capture here, is the heterogeneity of the subjects under study. Yeah, so so this is the structure of the intensity matrix for each underlying Markov process. As I said, so Tm is the transition intensity within the transient states, whereas Dm is the exit rates of moving from transient states to observing state. And as we know, that the intensity matrix sums to 0 for each row. And then in the question 5, this is basically the probability of selecting the individual, identifying the underlying Markov process in the state I0 is the M Markov process. So this is basically the selecting probability. So the model, the very simple mixture of Markov process, Markov chains, was first introduced by Blumen. Blumen et al. I think there are 3: Blumen, Kogan. I forgot the third. They're all statisticians or mathematicians, but they introduced the mixture in for modeling the job labor mobility in sociology. Okay, so this is a mixture of 2 discrete time Markov chains. With a particular with a special type of mixture, namely one Markov chain does not has the intensity matrix, whereas the other Markov chain has its own intensity. Transition matrix. So the one with the intensity matrix corresponds to the stayer. So this is the change doesn't move the state, whereas the other Markov change moves the state. So it's just basically you want to capture the fact that to capture the behavior of the labor who tend to change the job or tends to stay within the job. Yeah, so there are two groups of labor here. So one never change the job, or stay within the job, or change the job. So like myself, I changed a few jobs as a being PhD student from Utrecht University, and then I moved to Bank of America, and then and back to academy. As you can see, I changed the job. So it's something like that. And then in 2005, Friedman, my collaborator, extended the model, the mover style model into the continuous time. So keep in mind the mover style model is for discrete times Markov chains. Now Friedman, the 2005 paper, extend the mover style model for the continuous time. Now, so the model appear and then use the later on in a joint work with the Hill Schumann from New York Reserve Bank in 2008 about applying the continuous time version of mover style model in the credit rating dynamics. Okay, so and then when I look at this paper, the 2008 paper, and also the 2005 paper when I worked for the Bank of America, and then I knew that something can be done here. That namely, that's the mixture introduced by Friedman and Friedman-Schumann was a special type of mixture, meaning that it's only two mixtures, and also the transition, even though the model, they allow the exit rates to observing states are different to each are different for each Markov process, a Markov chain, the continuous time Markov change. However, the transition jump probability, keep in mind that for the Markov jump, continuous time Markov jump process has the embedded Markov chains. So they still have in their model the transition probability for the embedded Markov chains has the same transition matrix. Okay, and then I email Friedman to say that well, actually this is a bit particular kind of mixture, and then this is how I develop how I started to work on the generalizations of the mixture. Okay, so this is now to estimate the parameter of the mixture. We need to derive some results and also define some statistics for the estimations. Now for the mixture, so for the Markov process, the corresponding statistics or the observations for the purpose of estimating the parameter, the distribution parameter. So so we calculate the length of time, the amount of time the process spends in each state. So here the random variable Zi, and then also the number of I to J transitions. So the transition from state I to J within the observations, and also the number of observations out of the state I. Also and then the Bernoulli random variable to for the initial state. Yeah, so this is the statistics from Markov process. Now, what is for the mixture? We introduce the another random variable here. So this is Bernoulli random variable, which has value 1 whenever the observed process is actually the M underlying Markov process, or 0 otherwise. Okay, so and then here we also the observations of the sample path are subject to right censoring. Yeah, so this is meaning that if the we might, yeah, so the right censoring, I believe you. So right censoring meaning that we do not have complete observations until the process exits to the observing states, or the last times the process spent in that the total amount of times process spent in the last state is not complete. Okay, because due to the end of the observation. So the likelihood, for that reasons, for the censoring, so we need to take care of the of these three statistics. Okay, we really need to take into account the censoring when we calculate the statistics. Okay, so the likelihood for the observations is given by this expression here. So this is slightly general than likelihood observations for the observation of Markov process. And then so this is under this is what I said for the censoring. The last time the surgeon times in the last states is right censor. Okay, so this is but again the likelihood stays the same, but only the statistic changes. Okay, so this is the log likelihood, and then this is subject to the initial distribution subject to the constraint is sums to 1, and also the selection probability for each underlying process within each state also sums to 1. Okay, so we need to take into account this constraint, but by solving the constraint optimization here, so we basically want to estimate all the parameters subject to this constraint, and then we get this estimate for the MLE. You can prove the consistency of this estimator. You can have a look at the paper for the consistency, how we prove the consistency of the estimator, and then this is the detail. So the NIJM is the number of transitions from state I to state J for the M Markov process. So keep in mind, so this is under the complete informations, meaning that once we observe, if we observe the process, then we have the informations as to from which group the observed process came from. Yeah, so this is the likelihood functions under complete informations. Now, yeah, so and then this is for to get the likelihood, because we do not have informations about the group. Yeah, so basically we are dealing with incomplete data. Now, to get the estimate for the parameter, we need to apply the score functions. Now, because of the complexity of the likelihood, so the score functions of the incomplete data is basically orthogonal projections of the score onto the observed data D. Yeah, so this is the lemma here. You can derive this using a bit of calculus, and then also to estimate the the variance, okay, the standard error of the parameter. Now we need to derive the observed feature information. As you can, as we know, the observed feature information is not directly available for the EM algorithm, unlike the under the complete information. So so you need to derive this. So this is basically from Lewis, but this is simplified. So this theorem here gives the estimate, gives the an explicit form for the observed feature information for the incomplete data. Now this is a simplified versions of the Lewis formula. You can refer to the paper for the proof. So as you can see, you can this formula here simplify the outer product of the for the score functions in the Lewis formula, and also it verifies the consistency of this method to the expected feature informations. Okay, so I do not present the proof in here. Now, for if you apply that the feature information onto this, yeah, using this the log likelihood, complete data log likelihood here, so you can derive the score functions as well as the feature information. So this is the component, the IJ component of the observed feature informations. So yeah, it's slightly complicated, but yeah, but it's doable in the programming. So also you just need to do some programming for calculating all these matrices. Okay, the element of the matrices. So now let me. So the EM algorithm. So the EM algorithm, as we know it, comes into 2 steps. So the E step, we evaluate the conditional expectations. So the conditional expectation of the MLE given the observed data. Yeah. So you just need to calculate this conditional expectation. It is basically as you basically see here, follow from this lemma, this lemma here. Okay, so this is the E step, and then so this is the E step, and then the M step. So this is basically you just replace the MLE under the complete information here by the conditional expectation of the numerator and denominator in the MLE. So this is basically this equation is all about here. Yeah. So in the M step, in this step here. Now, we run the algorithm until the two consecutive estimate less than epsilon. Yeah. So this is so to conclude my presentations. So let me discuss with you some concrete example. So here, so we consider a mixture, 3-component mixture of Markov-Jump processes. So with the zones intensity matrix Q1, Q2, and Q3. As you can see, they are not the same. And this is the so with the uniform distribution for selecting the initial state alpha. You can see, you can have a look at from the table, and also pi p x1 not. So this is the probability of selecting Markov process 1 in state 1, yeah, in state 2, in state 3, and so on. As you can see, it sums to 1 for row wise. Yeah, so the probability of selecting yeah, so the probability of selecting each underlying Markov process for each state sums to 1. Yeah, so and this all the parameter, the initial, yeah, so we set the parameters here for generating the sample path. Yeah, so we set this parameter values here to generate the sample path, and then use the generated sample path to estimate the matrices, all the parameter. So let me discuss with you, show you the result. So this one here is for the estimation. So this is as you can see, yeah. So the true value is on the second column now. So this is the bias. Now, as you can see, when the sample size increased from 750 to 3,000, as we can see, the bias decreased in absolute value, and also the root mean square error also decreased. So this is give you an indications that the parameter estimates are consistent. Yeah. So well, just indications that that your iterations convert as consistent. So yeah, this is here the N, the capital N is the number of let me see. Oh yeah, so you just need to do resampling. Okay, so 200 samples of different size K. So this is basically you just need to repeat the Monte Carlo simulations. Now this is the estimations. So this is the true value, and this is the estimate. The second column, as you can see, is very close to the true value, to the actual value, and this the root mean square error using the data. You just need to, because you know the actual value, so you calculate the estimate of your parameter so the difference between your estimate and the actual value, okay, in the mean square error, in this mean square sense, as you can see, and the value of the mean square error is very close to the ones derived using the observed feature informations derived in the theorem I showed you before. Yeah, so they are very nice result, and this is here the table about to assess the model selections. Now, so what I did here is the following. So I generate the sample path for two mixture. So you have two Markov process with its own, with a different intensity matrix. So you simulate them, and then based on the observations, you pretend that you do not know the number of the actual number of mixture or component number of component of mixture. So what we do, we assume that that the observed sample path come from the Markov process. So there is they are homogeneous. So then you calculate the AIC. Actually, I also computed the BIC, but I did not present here. For the two regimes, this is the AIC, and then we fit the three regime mixture model against the observations, and then you calculate the AIC, and so on and so forth. Now, as you can see here, the AIC has the lowest value for the two regime. So and then which is consistent to the null hypothesis that the actual number of mixture is 2. Yeah, you can also do this for the 3 mixture, and then as you can see, the AIC tends to pick up the right mixture when you have enough data sets for the estimations. So now, for to conclude my presentation here, I think the Markov mixture model, because this is a multi-step model, plays interesting role in statistics to capture, in order to capture the in explaining the variability in the data sets, and also to capture the heterogeneity of the subjects under considerations in your study. And also the model may be used to retrieve valuable information hidden in the observations in order to make sound decisions. And also the flexibility and availability of the model in the closed form. It's offer promising features for a wide range of applications. I have some recent publications on the further developments of the mixture in terms of the distribution of the lifetimes of the mixture process. So this is it appears in, yeah, you can have a look at the my website. So this is the end of my talk. So thank you. Yeah, for your attentions and your times.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give the applause. All right, can you still hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can still hear you
yes,
loudly
yeah.
and clearly. Yes, thank you.
I should apologize that I actually I mistakenly pronounced the first. So, so you mean it's actually Budi Artasura, right? Instead of Budi Surya Artasura for that. All right. We still have about 12 minutes to discuss, and then I will open for the first session just 3 questions. And so in this question and answer, I will please mention your name and then to whom the question will be. But before that, I will invite all the speakers to be on the podium just to make sure that all the participants can see you. All right, so Professor Kerry, please take the place on this podium, and also the Professor Arif Gusmanto. All right. Okay, we also have the microphone there. So if there's a question, and then you can just use the microphone. All right. Okay. So the first question. All right. From here, 1, and then Bill, and then okay. So we have 3 for the first session. Okay, I'll give this one first.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Aswi. I'm from Statistics Study Program, Universitas Negeri Makassar. My question is to distinguished Professor Kerry Mangersen. You talk about Bayesian network, and Bayesian network is such a complex model. So my question is how to evaluate the fit of Bayesian network model. The second one is the graphical representation of Bayesian network is similar with structural equation model. Are they similar or different? Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the questions. I will answer later. I will just collect the question first, please. Okay. So the second question from
good morning. My name is Muhammad Samsul Bahri from Statistics Study Program of University of Hasanuddin. I have a question from Dr. Prof. Kerry Mangersen. That is, in my understanding, Bayesian network model is built by making a model like decision tree. If that in that model there's some node, then there's some node is there's observation that just have maybe some variable in it, and there's observation that have other variable on that observation. So my question is, if observation have different kind of variables in some observation, and some observation have other variables, and we build one models, is it some node have different weight from other nodes? How we measure the performance of that model, or we say it how we know that our model in some observation and other observation is good for the general or all of data we use in making our model. I think that's my question. Thank you.
All right. Do you get a question? All right. All right. That's that one, please.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Khairil Anwar Notodiputro from IPB University, Bogor. I have really enjoyed all of your talk from Ibu Kerry. I don't want to say you Professor, make it too formal. Kemudian dari Pak from Pak Arif, Pak Budi Surya, yang ketiga tadi, dan yang kedua dari Pak Arif, from Pak Arif. My question is to Ibu Kerry is, I observed that the model you used in constructing the Bayesian network is basically a linear model. So, in fact, in the area of application, there are many cases in which the nonlinearity exists in the model. There is a good paper by a guy, I think his name is Kramer or something like that. It was written in 2022, and he showed that the model, what he call as a MERF, mixed effect random forest, is a good way to solve nonlinearity in the model, especially in a model like classification, as what you mentioned. I want to have some comment from you. How would you address this issue in the Bayesian network? Is it the one that you also usually use, or you haven't used it? And then to Pak Arif, I have comments, and maybe you would like to reply or discuss about this comment. Nowadays, as far as I know, that the research on artificial intelligence or AI is geared to improve the ability of AI in 5 areas. The first is about how to improve the learning, how to improve the reasoning, problem solving, perception, and using languages. All of this improvement can be done if you have good data. But the problem with it, usually AI now uses data which is basically for general purposes, not for special purposes. Like, for example, transactional data, observational data, or even big data. This is can mislead the artificial intelligence when answering the question from the people. So, concerning this issue, I would say that because improving ability of learning, reasoning, problem solving, and also perception and using data, using language, I mean, need data to build that. So I would say that the future of statistics and data science for the development of artificial intelligence is not only bright, but also promising. Because a good data can be provided by statisticians. Good methodology can be provided by statistician. So what do you think about this opinion? For Pak Surya, I should ask all of them because all of my colleagues.
Sure, yeah. Could you make a very short question, please? Because we are running out of time.
For Pak Surya, bagaimana kabar New England, Pak Surya?
New Zealand, Pak.
New Zealand, sorry, New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand. University of Victoria. I have been there and I talked to you long time ago.
Yeah.
So really it's not quite interesting to talk through Zoom. It's more interesting to talk directly to you in
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
in
Circumstances. Yeah.
Surya, yeah. Okay. Pak Surya, I learned EM algorithm, the one that you described, more than 30 years ago. When I did my PhD at Macquarie University in Australia, my thesis was about statistical image reconstruction from projection in emission tomography. So it was very nice algorithm and stable algorithm, but it has very big problem. The algorithm when I use with the case in which I want to construct image from inside of the body of a person. The problem is the algorithm is extremely slow to convert, very slow to convert. So based on this decision in my PhD thesis, I propose to replace the EM algorithm using a Fisher scoring algorithm in which the Hessian matrix is replaced by the approximated matrix, a particular approximation. And the second, I also proposed at the time adding prior information to the likelihood function to ensure that the posterior function become easier to be maximized. My question is, do you have similar experience as what I did, what I had a long time ago, more than 30 years ago, about the slow conversion of the EM algorithm? And if so, what is do you have also the proposal to improve the conversion of the algorithm? That's all. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for the questions. All right, so we have 3 questions to Professor Kerry, and 1 question for Professor Arif, and 1 question for Dr. Budi. I'll give the chance for Professor Kerry first. Please, thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, all right. Thank you very much for those questions, and thank you to the people who asked them. I'll just try to answer them quickly. So it was a very good question about how do we evaluate the fit of a Bayesian network. So there's 2 ways that we can do the evaluate the fit. We can use internal validity and external validity. And the internal validity says we can look at each of the nodes and the connections and the subnetworks. So there are Markov blankets, which are components of the network. And we can look at the validity of those. And we can also look at external validity when we have data that we can compare to the predictions that we're getting from the network. And so in our case, we use both of these. There's a paper by Jagar Pitchforth in about 2018 maybe, that examines ways that we might validate Bayesian networks. So thank you for that question. There was also a question about from a number of the questioners about different kinds of models. So how the BN relates to a structural equation model and how it relates to a MARF, a random forest variation. So with the structural equation model, we've got a bunch of the responses and a bunch of predictors, And then what we effectively do is to look at some sort of factor analysis of the responses, some factor analysis of the predictions and the relationships between them, taking into account the associations. In the Bayesian network case, we can do the same. We can look at a number of responses, not just one. But the kind of structure that we develop is slightly different. And instead of creating these sort of subcomponents or these factors, that's much more explicit about the way that the factors are integrated. So it has a slightly different flavor, but I understand there's a very interesting connection there between the different models. So thank you. With respect to the random forest typically needs, and the MARF is one of these, where we need to have like all of the data, not all of the data on all of the observation for each of the units, but we need to have most of the data on the units. And it's quite a different setup then to looking at the Bayesian network, where we need separate data. We can use different data to quantify different components of the network. But I think there's a very strong interest in looking at these different approaches for complex systems and seeing how we can differentiate between their strengths and weaknesses and limitations, but also then how we can combine the information from those different model structures. So thank you for that question. The last question was around the different nodes having different information, different variables, and therefore having different sort of weights. That is taken into account in the probability tables and especially in the conditional probability tables. So I'd be happy to talk about that later, but it is incorporated through those conditional probability tables, and it's a feature of the Bayesian network. It was an excellent question, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question, the answer, Professor Kerry, and then I'll ask Professor Arif, please.
Thank you very much, Pak Hairil, for the question. There are some bottlenecks currently in the development of AI for general purposes, and two that I know of. First is the interpretation of the human instruction, because it comes with the context. This depends on how many words or fields that are considered by the AI system. For example, ChatGPT has 5,000 or something like that fields. The version 3.5 to translate the human instruction to the machine learning methodology that they have underneath it. So for this, there is the research in natural language processing, NLP, is very critical, and I agree 100% with you that there are still more modeling that we can do as statisticians to help this better interpreting the human instruction. They currently rely on quote-unquote simple Markov model for this. We can increase the complexity of that, but there is a price to pay, unfortunately, which is in computational time. That's one bottleneck. The second bottleneck is, as you have indicated, in the reasoning. Because there is a context attached to the instruction, the reasoning becomes critical, but it's getting better. I agree with you that there's still we can do on that, but I'm not that familiar with the details or the technicality around that one. But if I may make a comment, and this is just a comment with regard to your question to Professor Kerry on the non-linearity of the variables in random forest, we do have a big problem now in predicting the tumor subtype when we have that block correlation between variables. When we think that there is non-linearity in one particular variable, it's always difficult to capture it with random forest when there is, because it's a recursive partitioning in the decision tree underneath the random forest. So non-linearity is not guaranteed to be captured by random forest in our context, in our data. We don't know why, so we're still investigating it. But this is a note that I also just learned, that it's not necessarily, well, it's not necessarily successful always all the time to be captured by a random forest, unfortunately. So if once we get to the bottom of this, then we're more than happy to let you know what's going on. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the comment from Professor Arif. And then next from the Dr. Budi, do you still hear me?
Yes, I'm still here. Yeah.
So
Can you hear me clearly?
The comment, please.
Yes. So it's good to see you, even though via Zoom, Khairil. It was also a great pleasure to have you here 5 years ago when you visited Wellington. So currently, if I look out of my window, the wind is very strong. You know, Wellington, the wind is very strong. The rain here doesn't fall straight down to the earth, but horizontal. Yeah, so this is one of the places in the world where the rain doesn't falls horizontal, not vertical. Anyway, so it was nice to have you here. So yes, that's right. EM algorithm is slow. It's normally the rate of convergence is normally semi-linear or linear. We can prove it. And then and there has been some work towards improving the EM algorithm by looking at, for instance, the Fisher scoring algorithm. Now, there is a problem with this Fisher scoring, namely, you know, the observed Fisher formations might not be invertible for one reason. Yeah, so the difficulties will be in the case one, the Fisher information is not sparse. Yeah, so the Fisher information matrix is not sparse or maybe large in size, and then inverting the Fisher information might give incorrect estimate estimate for the variance. So yeah, so this is also the drawback of the Fisher scoring methods. Now you can also so in that paper I presented a part of the of my work presented just now in the conference, is that in the paper we derive a closed form information matrix that dominate the Fisher informations. So this is that matrix is mostly is of block diagonal, and it is Majoran compared to the Fisher information. So in the loner ordering, partial ordering sense, in the sense that if the difference between this matrix K and the Fisher information is positive definite. So because of that, you can speed up the convergence for the EM algorithm. And I have some result on this, in particular in my recent work on non-linear filtering. So this is for maximum likelihood estimation for maximum likelihood recursive state estimations in the dynamic in the state space model, non-linear state space model. Now, so I did in that paper is currently under revision in Automatica. I proved that the convergence is fast, because it's fast and it can be quadratic, so it is faster than EM algorithm, and that is how you can improve the convergence of the EM algorithm for the context of nonlinear filtering. But for the parameter estimations, I also got some result, but on basically the same idea by using this dominant matrix. But the problem is in general, is that so finding this dominant matrix could be tricky. Okay, so I did not have a general solution to find the dominant matrix K. Yeah, so yes, so EM algorithm is slow, but there is a way to improve it for the to improve the rate of convergence, in particular for non-linear filtering problem. I just work out. So I hope they all answer your questions. Otherwise, let me know. So you have any other questions. So thank you for interesting question, Pak Khairil.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for the question, for the answers. And then because now we are out of time, because we are entering the prayer time, so we need to close the session and to ask question. But two of our speakers are still here, so we can still discuss while they are. And now I have to close this question, this session now. So thank you very much for all the speakers that will give a big applause to everyone. And then thank you very much. So I'll give it.
Thank you, Dr. Agustinus Rival, to lead the session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to show our appreciation to our keynote speakers, we'd like to present the certificate and placard by the Vice Dean for Academic and Student Field of Mathematics and Natural Science, Dr. Khairul Anas. Keynote speakers. I invite speakers to come to the front. Let's give a big round of applause for our keynote speakers. And also we're going to present the placard and certificate to Associate Professor Arif Busnanto from University of Leeds, United Kingdom. Thank you very much for our keynote speakers. Okay, the committee maybe for our speakers to share the certificate. Thank you, Dr. Budi, for your presentation. We are really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very
So
much.
when as we enter the break time, now, in the afternoon,
Tidak perlu menebak-nebak lagu apa yang akan diputar selanjutnya. Nonaktifkan shuffle untuk mendengarkan playlist dan album dari awal hingga akhir sambil menikmati musik tanpa gangguan. Nikmati lebih banyak cara untuk terus bersenang-senang dengan Spotify Premium. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari selengkapnya. Tidak perlu menebak-nebak lagu apa yang akan diputar selanjutnya. Nonaktifkan shuffle untuk mendengarkan playlist dan album dari awal hingga akhir sambil menikmati musik tanpa gangguan. Nikmati lebih banyak cara untuk terus bersenang-senang dengan Spotify Premium. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari selengkapnya. Paket yang sama, mood yang berbeda. Beri dirimu dan orang terdekatmu kebebasan mendengarkan musik dengan Spotify Premium Duo. Dengarkan bersama atau terpisah sambil menikmati waktu sendiri-sendiri dengan playlist, album, dan podcastmu sendiri. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari selengkapnya. Paket yang sama, mood yang berbeda. Beri dirimu dan orang terdekatmu kebebasan mendengarkan musik dengan Spotify Premium Duo. Dengarkan bersama atau terpisah sambil menikmati waktu sendiri-sendiri dengan playlist, album, dan podcastmu sendiri. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari selengkapnya.
Cek, cek.
That is why I try to model the data from Indonesia. So the most widely used approach based on our research was Bayesian spatial logistic regression model. Child factors such as age and gender, socioeconomic factors such as household wealth index, and demographic factor, rural area are the variables that are widely studied. So the result shows that children from rural areas were 1.27 times more likely to be stunted than their urban counterparts. And female children had reduced odds of 0.18 of being stunted compared to males, and twin children were almost 2 times more likely to be stunted when compared to singletons. And the other result shows that education level was significantly associated with stunting. So having a mother with no or only primary education increased the risk of stunting compared to having a mother with secondary or higher education. And the last one, the result shows that children whose households were in the poorest category of the wealth index has the highest odds of stunting compared to children from households in the richest category. The second paper is talk about Bayesian spatial and spatiotemporal models of stunting in Indonesia in terms of influential factors and relative risk. So we use data, the number of toddlers aged 0 to 59 months with highest height measurements, and also the number of stunted toddlers in each Indonesian province in 2022. And we also include some covariate, and we use DIC, WIAC, and modified Moran's I for residual for model fitness. So there are 3 kinds of model: BYM, Leroux model, localized model. We try to apply using this stunting data. And this model, if you want to look at more deeply about this model, you can see in our paper entitled Evaluating the Impact of Small Number of Areas on Spatial Estimation, which is published in International Journal of Health Geographic. I and my principal supervisor as the author of this paper. And also we apply Bayesian spatiotemporal car models. There are 6 spatiotemporal car models that are available in CarBias. And if you want to look at this model deeply, you can see actually in our book chapter entitled Spatiotemporal Analysis of Dengue Fever in Makassar, Indonesia, a comparison of model bias on CarBias. And this is also our book chapter with my principal supervisor, distinguished Professor Kerry Mengersen. And the other one, you can look at this paper as well, entitled Climate Variability and Dengue Fever in Makassar, Indonesia, using, actually this is using localized Bayesian spatiotemporal localized model. So this paper is published in Spatial and Spatiotemporal Epidemiology. So this is also our paper with my principal supervisor, distinguished Professor Kerry Mengersen. Okay, so this the result of relative risk map were obtained under the Bayesian spatial car localized. So after we run more than 100 models, we finally got the best model, namely the Bayesian spatial car localized model with cluster G equals 2. So we can look at here, unfortunately I can't point this. So we can look at here, the RR more than 1 means that this is the area has higher risk, while lower than 1 means that the area has low risk. Okay, so we can, if you look at the Indonesian map, do you think that Sulawesi Barat has the higher risk in stunting? Yes, right, because this is the red one, which is more than RR more than 1. Okay, so this is the relative risk map of for Bayesian spatio-temporal localized model. Also, so when we run more than 100 model, we finally got that the best model for this stunting data from 2020 to 2022, so only 3 years, we got that the best model is Bayesian spatio-temporal localized model. So we can see here, for example, Papua in 2020, it has low risk, but then it changed 2021 to be more risk, and also in 2022. So the result indicate that Bayesian spatial localized model with a hyperparameter impulse gamma is prepared for 2 clusters, and the result shows that the percentage of poor people and the percentage of children with low birth weight were found to be positively correlated with stunting risk. The other one, however, the percentage of children who consume at least 5 of 8 food during the day when get the data is negatively correlated with stunting risk. So our findings reveal that approximately 56% of Indonesian provinces are at a high risk of stunting. And we can see that Sulawesi Barat, that we saw in the map, Sulawesi Barat has the highest RR for stunting at 2.78, while Jakarta has the lowest at only 0.15. So the government must prioritize areas at high risk of stunting. So our third paper is related to interactive R-Shiny web application. How many minutes left? How many minutes left? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The interactive R-Shiny web application for the analysis of spatial using Bayesian localized. Why we use this localized model? Because of 2 of the Bayesian spatial and Bayesian spatial temporal, the best model is a localized model. So we choose to use this R-Shiny application to using Bayesian spatial localized model. Shiny apps are increasingly used to help people run analysis they are less familiar with. And for instance, there is also a special app to help user run Bayesian spatial and spatio-temporal model. However, this application focus on integration of R package Shiny and R-Inla. There is no package that use R package Shiny and CAR-bias. So here we present a new Shiny application. We call it CARAMAP, conditional autoregressive analysis and mapping application, to help 2 groups of researchers. The first is those who wish to simplify the Bayesian spatial model running and checking, and those who wish to create interactive visualization easily. And currently the application is designed to model, check, and map stunting in these incidents for 2022 in Indonesia. And we use DIC, WLC, and MMI for residual, which is quite new. And we also use localized model with different hyperparameter and different number of clusters. So our model will analyze using CAR-bias. We use MCMC algorithm, and the convergence was checked by using the visualization of trace and density plots and we choose the model based on DAC, WAC, and MME residual. So our Shiny application consists of 5 menus, which is data, comparison model, partial model, convergent test, and relative risk map. So this is actually the result. I can show you the relative risk of maps that we developed. So this is the Bayesian spatial that we have, as I mentioned before, that we have five types: the data, model comparison, spatial model, convergent test, map of relative risk. That is fine. Okay, so in this relative risk map, we can just saw that when we touch this, we can see, for example, the high relative risk is Sulawesi Barat, right? So we have the relative risk of Sulawesi Barat is 2.79. So what about Makassar? Is Makassar has a high relative risk? What do you think? Makassar is just below Sulawesi Barat. And this is also red. Sulawesi Barat. Oh yeah, Sulawesi Selatan 1.08, which is lower than Sulawesi Barat. So that's the our Shiny application that we built, and I think that's my presentation for today. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Aswi. It is a very interesting presentation, especially for me because I'm from Sulawesi Barat also. And the findings have shown that Sulawesi Barat has the highest risk of the stunting. Okay, now we move to the question and answer session. If somebody or anyone want to ask, please just raise your hand and mention your name as well as your affiliation. Is anyone? Yes. Okay. Prof. Kerry, yes.
Thank you very much, Azu. That was an excellent presentation and very nice work. I want to know about the uncertainty of the estimates as well. So you put up plots of the risk, the relative risk, but each of those relative risks has some uncertainty, some intervals around it. So when you say that these areas are higher, are they like substantively higher with respect to taking into account the intervals, the credible intervals?
In spatial model, we use car localized model, right? And car localized model is YI is distributed Poisson with mean is EI plus times theta I, when theta I log theta I equals alpha plus UI, which is UI is a special term, and lambda theta I, which is the clustering component. So this is the car localized model. So we try theta I is the relative risk here. So relative risk actually equals to the YI, the estimate of YI divided to the expected value. So when actually the YI is higher than the expected, it means that we will have the higher also the relative risk. But when yi is the same with the ei, so we will have 1, which is just the average. Is that answer the question, Bakari? Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe Mr. Arif.
Yeah, thanks very much. Very good presentation. Very nice. First, with regard to the Bayesian model, if you could just briefly mention, you don't have to go into too much details, what prior distribution did you use and how sensitive that is to the results? And secondly, I'm just wondering whether you happen to know why Sulawesi Barat has a relatively higher risk than other provinces in Sulawesi. I can understand Nusa Tenggara, they have a serious problem there, but for Sulawesi Barat, it's next door to one of the rich province in east of Indonesia. So why is that the case? I'm wondering whether you happen to know.
Okay, thank you very much. So in this case, in our model, Bayesian special localized model, we use sensitive. We apply a sensitivity analysis by using different priors. In this case, we have inverse gamma with different alpha and beta. And regarding your question about why Sulawesi Barat has the highest relative risk, and actually Sulawesi Barat is the first strength of relative risk, and followed by NTT, and I don't know NTB as well. So based on the paper that I read, that actually in Sulawesi Barat, some of the people there has the low level of education, so they got married. Some of the residents, some of the people there, they got married even just finished the elementary school. Is that correct? You are from based on the article that I read. Okay, one more question.
So thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is about the data and about how are the data collected? Maybe it's the public health officials in Sulawesi Barat are really on top of stunting, and so whenever they find a child that's stunted, they measure that person. They measure the child and they report that, and so they're really good at reporting stunting. Whereas another province might be bad at reporting. And then how would that affect your conclusions?
Okay, that's a good question. Actually, our data actually we just take it from the available from how do we call it? From the online data. So we got the data for this group, maternal and child health profile 2022. So I don't know how they collect data, I'm sorry. So we just use this online data available in this book. So this is from the Kesehatan Ibu dan Anak. So we call it Kesehatan Ibu dan Anak in 2022 from the publicly by Ministry of Health.
What do they do? What do they do then?
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's also my question actually, but I don't pay attention more about how they collect the data. So I just use the Oh, okay. So actually, we haven't had the collaboration with the government actually. So this is just ongoing research from my university. So thank you for your suggestion.
You may want to send a copy of your paper.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Ms. Asu. It's a really nice discussion. But we are limited by time, and we should move to the second presenter. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam. Okay, now we move to the second invited speaker, Mr. Yudi Andriana. Mr. Yudi Andriana is now online from Java. Mr. Yudi, could you hear me?
Yes, can you hear my voice?
Okay. Okay, time is yours, Mr. Yudi.
Okay, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So I'll start to share my...
Your screen is still...
Okay, right. Yeah. Can you see my screen now?
My LCD project is still in trouble. So please wait for a minute.
No problem. Actually, I have already shared my screen, but then I can see that nothing appear in your screen, right? Yeah.
Okay. While waiting for the screen, I will tell you that you have a maximum of 20 minutes, Mr. Yudi.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So please let me know if the screen is already ready.
Okay, it is already. Yes, please start your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm so sorry that I cannot come there because due to some restrictions, so it's a bit impossible to go there at this moment because we have some student defense today and also some meetings. So I'm so sorry. And the topic of thanks also for the invitation and also for attending my presentation. The topic of our research is about quantile sheet technique to solve crossing issue on varying coefficient model. So according to this topic, there are three things actually need to be discussed. The first one about a model which is called varying coefficient model introduced by Hasti and Tibshirani. It's a bit more complicated model compared to classical regression model. And also here we will discuss a bit about crossingness issue, where this crossingness issue appear when you are working on quantile objective function. Of course, it violates the basic property of quantile because quantiles is just the inverse of cumulative distribution function. So we don't have any crossingness issue here actually. But then to solve the crossing issue, then we propose a technique which is called quantile sheet method. And we try to combine this quantile sheet technique to varying coefficient model. And then here we'll discuss a bit firstly on flexible modeling technique, because in this varying coefficient model, we try to approximate its coefficient, each varying coefficient by means of B-splines. Yeah, and then we penalize them. We penalize the quantile objective function. Then we will work on P-splines quantile objective function actually. And also we'll discuss a bit about conditional quantile curve. Perhaps some of participants, perhaps they do not know about quantile regression. Then I will a bit give some introduction on quantile regression. And also for flexible modeling, maybe some very short introduction about flexible modeling. And then we'll discuss also about varying coefficient model and individual quantile objective function. And we solve the crossingness issue on the individual quantile objective function by using quantile sheet technique. Okay, we'll start with a flexible modeling technique. If you look at these two pictures, maybe you can easily guess that the left hand side, we can just easily work on linear regression, and the right hand side, maybe you can work on kind of polynomial regression. But then if you look at this third picture, it's very popular picture when you are working on non-parametric regression. Usually people use this example. So then it becomes a bit more complicated to work on parametric way. Then we need to work on more flexible technique, how to get the curve such that you have not so big error according to this scatter plots. And okay, then here are several examples of the non-parametric work on this kind of data. If you are working on parametric one, the linear one, then you have the black solid line. This curve, of course, it's very far away from the characteristic property of your data. But then when you are working on non-parametric way, then it seems fine now. Okay. Another thing, we'll discuss also a bit about quantile regression. Why do we need to work on quantile regression? Of course, it's very popular technique in regression, where when you face with the fact that your data consists of outliers, yeah. So then it's not wise if you just remove the outlier. Then you need to work on one technique which is called robust technique. Of course, there are several robust techniques here, but then here I choose quantile regression. It was introduced by Kunker and Bassett, 1978. It's just generalization of median regression or least absolute deviation regression. It's not only robustness, but also it gives more view about distribution of your data, because you can work on not only median, but also several level of quantiles. Another thing from quantile regression is that you don't need any error distribution assumption when you are working on quantile regression. So then I think it's a good option to work on quantile regression. Of course, in several papers, maybe people also work with assumption that the error term has, for example, Laplace or double exponential distribution, but it's not necessary, yeah, in this work. Okay, a very popular example of quantile regression is Golod chart. Yeah, it's everyone I think know about these curves, yeah, right? So these curves, nothing else than one of example of the quantile regression, conditional quantile curve. For example, you have this kind of curve. It's nothing else than just the Tauth conditional quantile of the weight given the age of the baby, right? And then here you have several level of quantiles, starting from 5th until 95th percentile of the curve. So then the next question is that what are the meaning of this curve, right? The meaning of this curve, for example, when you are working on the median case, the red solid line here, and the right hand side is the level of quantile is 70%. So if you are working on the median case, it means that you will divide, yeah, the data into two parts, where, of course, not really exactly 50%, but more or less 50% the data below the line, yeah, the red solid line, and the rest are above the red solid line. And when you are working on level of quantile 70%, then it means that there will be more or less 70% data below the line, and the rest are above the line. Now, how to estimate the quantile, the coefficient of the quantile regression? So let's start with very classical multiple linear regression. Here is just linear, and when you are working on mean regression, then you assume that the conditional mean of the epsilon given x is equal to 0, such that the conditional mean of y given x is this signal part of your model. But when you are working on quantile regression, then you assume that the Tauth conditional quantile of epsilon given x is equal to one quantity, one constant, which depend on tau, level tau. It can be also equal to 0, such that the Tauth conditional quantile of y given x is given by this expression, this signal part, plus this quantity. So your beta now, for example, in this example, your intercept depend on the level of quantile tau. Now, how to estimate the beta? The beta can be estimated when you are working on mean regression. Of course, it's a very popular example. Just minimize the mean regression here. The L2 loss function here. But when you are working on quantile regression, then you are trying now to minimize this kind of objective function, which we call check function, or quantile loss function, or pinball loss function. Yeah, it's several definition of this kind of loss function. So just remove, you just put tau here, and then you remove the squared form here. So what is rho tau? Rho tau is defined by this expression. So it means you put a positive residual, positive weight to the positive residual, and you put a weight 1 minus tau to the negative residual. And the curve is look like this. For example, if you are working on L2 loss function, then you have this kind of curve. But when you are working on quantile loss function, this is a loss function. Yeah, when you give me, for example, 75 level of quantile, then you have this kind of curve. And when you are working with median, then you will have this kind of curve. It has problem where when we try to minimize with respect to this minimum point, then the left and right limit are not the same, such that it's not differentiable. Due to this non-differentiability, then you will not have any explicit solution here. Then Kunker and Bassett 1978 proposed to translate this quantile objective function into a linear programming problem, such that all available technique in LP problem, linear programming problem, can be used to estimate the beta here. Okay, now we go with the varying coefficient model. Yeah. Special case of varying coefficient model is time varying coefficient model, where here your beta is not scalar. Your beta is a vector of t. Your beta is a function, is an unknown smooth function of t. Yeah, your beta. And there are several kinds of varying coefficient model. We have homoscedastic varying coefficient model, simple heteroscedastic, and general heteroscedastic varying coefficient model. It depends on the form of your error term. For example, for homoscedastic one, then you are working on this one. It means your error term just depend on t, yeah. So it doesn't depend on x. But then it may be possible that your, for example, your error term depend on also x. Then you are working on general heteroscedastic model. In our setting, we will work on homoscedastic model. And one of application of varying coefficient model is for longitudinal observation. We denote yt, xt, and t by yij and xij and tij, where I is the number of observation and j is the number of repeated measurement. And here I put an I to allow different measurement for each individual I. So it means it can be also implemented to model which is called unbalanced design. Yeah. So if you have this kind of model, then the third conditional quantile of y given x and t here is just this signal part. There is no error anymore, but then your beta, your intercept depend on tau. Okay, how to estimate beta here? Beta can be estimated by approximate this beta by a linear combination of the basis B splines. So here B is the basis B splines, alpha is the coefficient of basis. So B is basis of splines of T. Yeah, T is the time information, and here also you have information about the degree of the splines. Nu here is the degree of splines. Yeah, and U as the number of knot, the knot point. So it means you are working on spline technique. When you are working on spline technique, then you need to optimize the number of knots, right? And then you just pick one degree of your spline. Okay. When you are working on individual objective function, it means you are working on single level of quantile. You are working on single level of quantile, let's say tau here. So then you try to minimize this kind of objective function, right? Here, if you are working on this part, then you are working on B spline objective function. But then you put a penalty term here, a difference penalty on the adjacent coefficient of the basis B splines expressed by this expression, this form. Yeah, then you are working on individual P splines objective quantile objective function. And here there is an issue about lambda. So lambda can be optimized by minimizing, for example, kind of L curve, or maybe Schwarz information criteria, gross generalized correlation, and so on. And in our setting, we choose to optimize lambda by minimizing the Schwarz information criteria. Okay. Okay, here are our theoretical result. Fortunately, we have already result that our estimator is consistent estimator with this red, yeah. And also we have another result. Of course, I will not discuss into detail about this one because it's just additional information. And also another theorem that we obtained before, that our estimator alpha is also multivariate normally distributed with this specific mean factor and variance covariance matrix. But yeah, I didn't put it here what is D1, what is D null, and so on. Yeah. If you want to know more detail about this result, then you can just go to this paper, 2015. Okay. One of implementation of this method, this objective function, it's a very popular example for longitudinal study. It's about homosexual men who became HIV positive during 6 years. And here we have several covariates about cigarette smoking, HIV infection, pre-HIV infection, CD4 cell percentage, and this is for post-infection. Yeah. And we want to see the effect of covariate for all for the post-infection CD4 over time, and also want to see how the quantile curve might differ from for different categories of patients. Okay, here are the results. Here are the estimation of the coefficient when you are working on median regression, which means you are working on tau level equal to 50%. It is for the baseline, and this one for X1 and X2 and X3. The red dashed line is just the confidence interval. I didn't put the method how to find the confidence interval here. If you look at this theorem, you have already the distribution, asymptotic distribution for the alpha. Then you can easily find the confidence interval using this information. But in some situations, sometimes we cannot use the asymptotic distribution due to some restriction. But in some case, we also can work on bootstrap technique to find the piecewise confidence interval. Okay, so here we can conclude a bit that, okay, we agree that all coefficients are varies over time. Okay, so then we try to see not only the median case. If you look at this one, this is level of quantile equal to 1%, this is 50%, and this one 90%. Okay, if you add the level of quantiles, then you will have problem here. This one, it crosses to another curves. Yeah, of course, it's violates the basic property of quantile, because like I said before, quantile is just the inverse of the cumulative distribution function. So it means that the higher level of quantile, it should be the higher the curve itself. But it doesn't happen here. So I think we have problem when you are working on individual objective function. Then, okay, we try to find the problem. And then we found this theorem, another theorem. Okay, we cannot always guarantee the crossingness issue, but we can guarantee that there is no crossingness when you implement your estimation to this kind of this value of the covariate. Yeah. So then, how to solve this crossingness issue? I don't want to just implement our estimator to one specific value of covariate, but also to whatever the value of covariate. Then there is no crossingness issue. Okay, then we propose a technique which is called quantile sheet technique. Here we consider a bivariate surface representing the behavior. We combine both the covariate and also the quantile level, quantile order tau. Yeah, so we have tensor product of the B splines. Yeah, the B splines of the time and also the level tau. And then the quantile curve imposed by requiring that the bivariate function is monotonic increasing. So we add a penalty in the quantile sheet technique. We add a penalty to take care that there is no crossingness issue anymore. Yeah, in the objective function. Okay, here is the objective function. Previously we don't have this notation, but now you have tau h. So simultaneously you are working now simultaneously, and here also you will have not only the basis B spline of the level of T, but also the basis spline of the level of quantile. Yeah, and also here you have crossingness constraint here. Yeah. So of course, by using Lagrange multiplier, then we end up with one single line of the objective function. But previously, actually, there is another line for the objective function, and then we add this constraint to be a single line of the objective function, then only one line after adding this constraint, right?
Sorry for distracting you. Your time.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. Okay, here we have this curve, but then after using quantile sheet technique with non-crossing constraint, then the curve look very nice compared to the previous picture, right? So there is no crossingness issue anymore if you are working on quantile sheet technique. And if you want to more detail about how to find this kind of curve, we have already make an R package It's already available since 2015, I guess, but it's updated a few years ago. So the second version of the package is called KeyReg VCM, Quantity Regression for Varying Coefficient Model. Yeah, now it's still developed by my colleagues. We try to do hypothesis testing also, and also to do hypothesis testing on not only whether it's significant or not, but also whether the coefficient really vary over time or just a constant coefficient. And here are several techniques given in that package. So quantitative is already here also. Yeah, this one, QR with simultaneous. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you I'm sorry for the time, and hopefully I will get some feedback from you all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Give applause for Mr. Yudi. Okay. Any question? We move to the question and answer session. Any question maybe from online or from this offline? Okay, Mr. Arif, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a quick question. It was not clear to me why B-spline was considered in this case. So could you just remind me again the reason why to use the B-spline there? Because there are some disadvantages with that approach as well. So I'm just curious.
Yeah. Should I give a direct answer or?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for very nice questions. Yeah. Here your beta is a function of t. Of course, in non-parametric technique, there are several ways. You can work on kernel, you can work on Fuji, you can work on splines. There are several alternatives of splines, and here I choose B-splines. Yeah, because it's a bit more flexible for me to determine. It's more easy. It is easier for me. In the B-splines, I just need to fix the number of nodes. I just need to fix the number of nodes and fix the number of the degree of spline, and then optimize the number of nodes. Yeah. And the B-spline is a function actually. So because your beta is a function of t, then you can approximate our beta by a linear combination of the basis B-splines. Yeah. So it's just a function. Then we can easily estimate beta after estimating the coefficient of the basis B-splines. And actually, at first I tried to work on B-splines, but then according to suggestion of Euler and Mark 1996, they recommend to work on P-splines instead of working on B-splines. Yeah, because the B-splines is very sensitive against the number of nodes. So the curve become more and more wiggly if you have a very big number of nodes. So very sensitive against the number of nodes. But then Euler and Mark propose, okay, then you just add a penalty term there, and then you can choose whatever the value of your node. So actually, our technique, we work on P-splines instead of working on B-splines. Yeah, I hope that answers your questions. Yeah.
Okay, is it answer your question, Mr. Arif? Okay, thank you. Maybe one more question. Is there anyone want to ask to Mr. Yudi? Okay, maybe it's enough, Mr. Yudi. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay. Next, move to the presenter session. Before we start the session, the time given to each presenter is 10 minutes of every presenter, and the question and answer session has a duration of 5 minutes for each presenter. Okay, maybe we can now please start with the first presenter. I'll call Ms. Fadila Febrianti from Hasanuddin University. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are doing well today. In this special occasion, I am Fadilah Febrianti Najamuddin. I wanna thank you to you guys for joining me to present my research with title Estimation of Risk and Losses using Value at Risk with Extreme Value Theory Approach in Consumer and Cyclical Sector Company Stock Investment in Indonesia Stock Exchange. Okay, let's introduction. Before starting an investment, investor must consider the expected return and the risk they have to bear. The way to find out the risk of investment is that investor must measure the level of risk. Value at risk or VAR is a statistical measurement used to measure the level of risk associated with a company stock portfolio, and VAR show the estimated value of maximum loss that is likely to occur with a level of confidence during a certain period. So far, VAR has been considered to have a normal distribution, but many financial time series data have been found to have heavy tail. That is, the tail of distribution falls slowly when compared to a normal distribution, which can cause very large financial risk. This shows the possibility of extreme value occurring. In statistics, one of the methods used to identify extreme event is extreme value theory, or EVT. EVT aims to estimate the probability of an extreme event by looking at the tail of a distribution based on the extreme value obtained. The approach used to identify an extreme value using EVT, that is block maxima or BM, and fixed over threshold POT. In this research, we will discuss estimating the VAR value to analyze non-cyclical consumer sector stock data list on IDX and the LQ45 index for the last 5 years with the EVT approach. It's hoped that this research can be referenced in calculating company risks and informing about risks so that companies and investors can anticipate them. Apart from that, investors can find out which stock have quite high risk. The data used in this research is secondary data in the form of daily closing stock plus of PT Hinjaya Mandala Sampurna TBK HMSP, PT Indofood CBP Sukses Makmur TBK ACBP, PT Indofood Sukses Makmur TBK INDF, and PT Unilever Indonesia TBK UNPR, obtained from the finance.yahoo.com website for the period 1st February 2017 to 31st January 2023. Analysis stage 1, collect daily closing stock price data from HMSP, ACBP, INDF, and UNPR companies. 2, calculate the return value on each company stock. 3, make a time series plot to find out the data pattern. 4, describe the return of 4 companies. 5, identify the existence of extreme value and heavy tails in the return data visually using box plot and normality plot and using the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test. 6, taking extreme data with the BM approach. 7, estimating BM, the parameter using MLE. 8, testing the suitability of the GFE distribution for extreme BM data. 9, taking extreme data with the POT approach. 10, estimating POT data parameter using MLE. 11, testing the suitability of the GPD distribution for POT extreme data. 12, determine the VAR value for each company for both the BM and POT approaches. For the result, we can see the picture that stock return value of the 4 company often fluctuate and are full or uncertainty. Fluctuation that occur in HMSP, ACBP, INDF, and UNVR cause extreme value to occur in certain time period. in the table, we can see that ACBP have a lower variance. That means ACBP more stable, more than stable than other company. Next, in box plot, normality plot, and Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, we can see that the data return have heavy tails and extreme value, so that we can next the analysis. We can continue the analysis. The first AVT approach to deal with extreme value is block maxima. In this research, weekly blocks were used. That is one block consisting of 5 written value data from 5 working days data. From one block, one extreme value is taken. The extreme value taken is the maximum value of each block. The number of block from it 30,101 block, resulting in 30,101 extreme data for the BM approach. Modeling stock return using the BM approach includes calculating parameter estimate and testing the suitability of distribution of data. Another EVT approach that can be used to identify extreme value is data in the peaks over threshold approach. The concept of this approach is to identify extreme value by setting limit or threshold. Data that exceed the threshold value is considered an extreme value. Therefore, the result obtained is in the table. Namely, there are 150 data above the threshold value of 1,505 total data, and the threshold value is the 1,151 first data value. Modeling stock return or using POT approach includes calculating parameter estimate and testing the suitability of data distribution. The value that we get in the test before, we substitution in the FAR equation so that we can get the value we can see in the table. The FAR estimation result in the table above show that by using the BM approach with a confidence level of 95, an investor will invest 1 billion rupiah in HMSB with estimate rate minus 0.01473. The investor will experience a loss of 14,070,030,000 rupiah, and the estimate loss result are obtained for multiplying in investment amount and the estimate risk. This applies to the other companies too. And then by using the POT approach on HAMSP, so it estimate risk of minus 0.034 to 9, the investor will experience a loss 34 million to 1,990 rupiah. The 1 minute left. The same thing applies to the other company. So based on VAR calculation with BM and POT, it is found that the risk level in HMSB is the highest. A high level of risk indicates that investor will experience more losses when investing in the company. Meanwhile, the risk level in ICBP is the lowest based on VAR calculation with BM, and INDF is the lowest based on VAR calculation with POT. A low level of risk indicates the investor will experience fewer losses when investing in the company. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, is there any question for Ms. Fadila Febrianti? Okay, I will ask. Okay, Ms.
Thank you. That was very interesting. Thank you. I wanted to ask a question about the results. If you just go back, and I don't need a long answer, but the results of the POT and the BM model are quite different. Just go to the next one. Go to the next slide. Yes, that one. No, that one. So if you look at that for the IDR under the BM model, the loss, and this is not, it's not a real loss. This is like the expected loss, isn't it? So it's like they may experience this loss. And I think that's important because you've got there the investor will experience this loss. But it's not necessarily that they will. It's just that this is a probability or the maximum loss that they could experience. Yeah. And the other thing is under the BM, it's 14,730, and under the POT model, it looks like it's going to be 34,290. So do you have is that because of the threshold that's set? Does that make sense? I think it's because of the threshold, is it? Maybe we can follow up afterwards. It's okay.
Karena kalau pakai blok maksimal.
Bisa terlalu berbeda itu antara 14 juta dengan 34 juta itu kan itu terkait dengan yang di atas kan, yang blok maksimumnya itu kan ada yang 14.730, kemudian yang di bawah itu ada 34.290. Kenapa bisa terlalu tinggi perbedaannya?
Karena kalau menggunakan metode blok maksima, dia ketika pengambilan nilai ekstrimnya itu banyak sekali nilai nol yang terambil. Makanya yang terhitung di situ di blok maksima dia lebih banyak nolnya, sedangkan untuk POT itu dia kan menggunakan ambang batas yang diurut dari data terbesar sampai data terkecil, sehingga yang terambil itu semua data tidak ada nilai nolnya. Makanya dia nilainya bisa
black maximum a lot of 0.0 in the data, while the other estimate, the other fixed order result, they don't have a lot of zero data.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fadila Febrianti. Let's move to the second presenter, Musfira Hidayah. Please welcome Musfira Hidayah from Hasanuddin University. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be present in International Conference on Statistics and Data Science 2023. I am Musfira Hidayah, author from Department of Statistics, Hasanuddin University. The paper title is Comparison of Linearized Ridge Robust Method with Estimator and Loss Mean Square in Infant Mortality Rate Data in South Sulawesi Province in 2020. Infant mortality rate represents the number of infants who die before reaching 1 year of age per 1,000 live births in a specific year. In 2020, the infant mortality rate in South Sulawesi reached 754, indicating a significant decrease compared to the previous year, which was 919. Regression analysis is a method used to understand the relationship between a dependent variable and one or more independent variable. Common violation of assumption in regression analysis are multicollinearity and non-normality distributed data, which are often caused by outlier. Linearized Ricci-Rodas method is employed to address both multicollinearity and outlier issue. They occur simultaneously. In this research, Rodas method use estimator and least trim square. In this method, data source is secondary data obtained from the publication of South Sulawesi Provincial Health Office, namely the health profile of South Sulawesi Province in the year 2021. After obtaining the data, the next step is analysis. The first step for analysis is multicollinearities using VIF value and outlier detection using the fit. Estimating the parameter of linearized Ricci-Rodas MM estimator and estimating the parameter of least trim square. And selection of the best model using mean absolute percentage error or MAPE value, and the last interpretation. The result of the research is the calculation result of the VIF value indicate the variable number of infant receiving vitamin A or X1 and the number of delivery assessed by health personnel or X3 have VIF greater than 10, indicating that these variables are indicative of multicollinearity. The analysis results indicate that data with the fifth value greater than 0.8165, specifically observation 2, 8, and 2003, are considered outlier. Therefore, it can be inferred that these observations are outlier. Linearized Ricci-MM estimator modeling is method that combination linearized Ricci regression and MM estimator. The first step before estimating the linearized Ricci-MM estimator is estimate Rodas MM estimator. The result of the parameter estimate using the linearized Ricci-MM estimator method presented in table 1. From table 1, the regression equation formed from the estimate value is the next linearized trim square modeling. The estimate parameter value for the linearized trim square are presented in table 2. From table 2, the regression equation formed from the estimate parameter value is the best model selection in base of the value of the mean absolute percentage error or MAPE. The smaller the MAPE value, the better the regression model. In table 3, MAPE value for linearized Ricci-MM estimator is the table 3 show that the mean absolute percentage error or MAPE for linearized Ricci-MM estimator method is smaller compared to MAPE value for the linearized Ricci trim square estimation model. The conclusion of the research is the best estimation model. The best estimation method for modeling infant mortality rate data in South Sulawesi, Philippines in 2020 is the linearized ratios method with estimator. The estimation of multiple linear regression model parameter using the linearized rich estimator method is. That's all my presentation today. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Is any question? Is there any question? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. If there is a prize for the active participant, you will write.
But I wanted to say, what a great talk. Thank you so much. Very nice and very nice work. Do you have a feeling for why what the method that is better is better? You got a difference between the two methods, and you said one was better. Do you think you know why that method was better?
Kenapa metodenya lebih kenapa kan ada dua metode, kenapa metode yang satu itu lebih baik? Kira-kira ada tahu nggak apa alasannya?
Karena untuk metode linearized rich estimator memiliki nilai mean absolute percentage error yang lebih kecil dibandingkan dengan metode yang satunya.
Iya, itu kenapa maksudnya?
Dan kalau Bapaknya lebih kecil karena linearized rich estimator itu memiliki nilai efisiensi yang lebih kecil, dan untuk left stream score itu dia efisiensinya lebih kurang dari yang
Okay, so I think you want to say that about the confidence interval. Okay.
She said that it's about efficient value. Efficient value from the linear estimator is lower rather than the other one.
Okay, thank you. I'd really like to talk to you about it, but I thought it was an excellent presentation. Thank you.
Okay, you can pass. Okay, next move to the third presenter, Muhammad Samsul Bahari. Time is yours.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, good morning everyone. First, I would like to thank the organizer of the International Conference on Statistics and Data Science 2023 for inviting me here today. My name is Muhammad Samsul Bahari, together with Mrs. Sri Astuti Tamrin SSC MSc PhD, Mr. Siswanto SSC MSc, Siti Sahriman SSC MSc, and Anissa SSC MSc. Are the author of the paper that I will present today under the title of Super Vector Machines with Bayesian Optimization for Disaster Related to Classification in Indonesia. So my part is first introduction, method, result and discussion, and then conclusion. Jump to the main presentation is introduction. Indonesia had a characteristic that three electronic parts is made, and so something happened. So
social media is the largest country that use one of the social media. Twitter. The second time is the step and this is so is accuracy, we can make it better with parameters. So we could determine that the parameters that fit or can describe our data well enough. So, because the transformation is continuous, we cannot one by one parameters. We could use such as so what is the advantage of the bias settings when our instruments? Using which distributions be explored and which do not. So take some samples from so next is method. Research is explaining along with that is and so that the not can are just holding Spelling and explaining make and not in that shape of work, such as standing and supporting our data to be that of our we need to exclude from our analysis and then implement to so that we can count it with numerical data. And how we count the data, we see the method is so we see too what is in this document, such as we can see equation and so
The next presenter is Mr. Amran from Hasanuddin University. Okay, give applause to Mr. Amran. Okay, while waiting for the presentation, I'd like to invite Mr. Zaitun from ITH University. Is Mr. Zaitun already here? Okay, thank you. Okay, give applause to Mr. Zaitun. Floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much. In this section, I will explain my research with my partner. We are from Institut Teknologi Baharudin Yusuf Habibie Parepare. Okay, the research with title Simple Combination of Particle Swarm Optimization with Genetic Algorithm for the triplet case in global optimization problems. Okay. Okay. I will explain about the introduction for the first, such as global optimization, particle swarm optimization, or PSO, and the last is genetic algorithm. And the next section is methodology. I will explain about my proposed algorithm, and the next the test function and the benchmark function we are using in this research. And next is the results of research, and the last is conclusion. Okay, global optimization. Global optimization is a branch of applied mathematics or numerical analysis, which the global optimization may maintains many local optimal and the one global optimal. But in the global optimization, we don't know how much the local optimal in the feasible solution. But we have to use best algorithm to solving the problems. Okay, next, we begin from the PSO, particle swarm optimization, based of the nature behavior, such as flocks of birds, the fish. We don't know how the birds make a beautiful formation in the nature, and such as a fish in the ocean make a beautiful formation in the moving to other place. Okay. In the PSO concept, in the algorithm of PSO, have a swarm. Swarm is a set of particles, and particle is a set of many particles, and each particle maintain personal base or personal position best position. And in the sum in the group have a global best or global optimal in the feasible region. Then the PHO model, the moving of each particle influence of inertia, memory, and social. To update the velocity, we have to use the mathematical model such as velocity and position. And in the equation have coefficients W is inertia of particle, C1 is cognitive moment coefficient, and the last is C2 and R2 is social coefficients. And to update the position, we add the position the previous position and the current velocity. Okay, the step by step of particle swarm optimization is for the first visualize the swarm from two expressions to fitness each particle, fitness function each particle. And the step 3 is update the configural personal base and global base. And step 4 is update velocity and position using slide. Step 5 is repeated the step 2 until station conditions. Okay. How about genetic algorithm? Genetic algorithm is a process based from evolution, biology evolution. In the particle, in the group have base of particle. Usually, choose to base particle. We choose to particle that parent. We say the parent. From the parent will be made a child. From the child will be add to group, and in the group we evaluate this particle to from selection crossover operation until determination conditions. Okay. Okay. My proposed algorithm, we combination about genetic algorithm into PSO. You can see genetic algorithm of slide. The combination with PSO. So the purpose algorithm is for the first cell identification. The step 3 is update velocity position. Before update personal base and global base, we use the algorithm, and then personal base and global base, and display optimization. Okay. Function is some square function, schema strings, output function, and as the non-continuous basic function. Function is in the function 6 or optimal minus 1400 number of this function. The result of this research, seven function algorithm, see color and algorithm is color. This figure is show how that purpose algorithm is very fast converting from algorithm is geometric algorithm and vertical sort optimization. And the section next is you can see the figure of the convergence of the purpose algorithm is more accurate. Okay, then number function. You can see this all is okay. This which you can see the next is this is how about this is small I self search, so I
Okay,
back to
thank you very much. Okay, is there any question about this presentation? Okay, please. Is there anybody else? No.
I'm sorry to hog the questions, but I wanted to say what a great algorithm. It looks like it works much better than either of the individual algorithms. That's very good. Yeah. So what is the next step? What will you do next? Now.
Okay, thank you. What the next from the research I hope I can write another paper which to implementing the algorithm such as the distribution of a panel in the electrical engineering. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Zaitan. Give applause for Mr. Zaitan. Okay, we move to the last presenter, Mr. Amran from Hasanuddin University. Where is yours?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Today, first of all, I want thank you for everyone in this room. Today we are going to talk about our preliminary research about the GV4 entitled Spatial Analysis of the GV Distribution in Sulawesi Selatan Province, Indonesia. My name is Amran Rahim, and our team Andi Alfian Zainuddin, Andi Afdal. I'm Efri Sayanadu from Medical Faculty of Medicine, Medical University of Hasanuddin. Nur Alia from Faculty of Public Health, University of Hasanuddin. Okay. Bisa pindah. Okay. Okay. This is outline our outline. First, we mentioned about the problem we encountered in this session, in the introduction session, and then our methodology we used to solve the problem. And after that, we mentioned about our result and discussion, and finally our conclusion in our conclusion session. Okay, let's have a look at introduction. Okay, dengue fever is one of many Indonesian diseases until now. During the period of 2013 to 2022, the number of dengue fever cases went from 65,000 to 200,000 cases. In 2022, the number of dengue fever cases rose to 130,265 cases, with a total of 1,135 patients. This is information from the Ministry of Health Indonesia. So, dengue fever is one of the Indonesia's most common disease and appropriate health issues to address today. In order to reduce the risk of dengue fever, we need to know about where the high risk cases appear and the underlying factors. So the problem in our preliminary research now is, where regional area in Sulawesi Selatan province with the high incidence rate of dengue fever and underlying what factor cause the high risk area. Okay, the next. To solve the problem, we use dengue fever data 2021 as an example, and use spatial analysis, so and regression model to solve the problem we have mentioned earlier. Okay. Spatial analysis can be step is first identifying number of dengue reduksi or municipality in Sulawesi Selatan province, and then identify spatial pattern of dengue fever incident globally using Ransai. Identifying spatial pattern of dengue fever incident locally using Lisa and Gary index. Okay, next. For modeling to analyze our relationship between dengue fever with factor is Poisson regression modeling. And in case Poisson regression modeling for this person, we use generalist Poisson model. And also use demographic and socioeconomic factor to analyze the factors such as population density or socioeconomic in order to see
to analyze the influence of the factor to the prefer. Okay, next. Here is the number of incident of dengue fever in Sulawesi Selatan province. 5 to 5 class, and we can see that Melbourne of Sulawesi Selatan have a lower incident than the other parts. Okay, the next. For global clustering, the ratio of RSI close to the zero value, it means that maybe globally there are no spatial pattern appear in the DG case. Okay, next. And for local cluster, local pattern is local indicator of spatial autocorrelation. You can see that there are and pattern of line. There are 2 patterns of hike here on Sulawesi Selatan province, as we can see in the figure. Cluster of line generally occur in of Sulawesi Selatan province, and cluster line hike in West Sulawesi Selatan province, especially in coastal area. For the cluster line, it's generally in the high altitude area, especially in northern part of Sulawesi Selatan province. Okay, next. And for the cluster, it's have a similar result. Okay, next. Okay. And for investigation, because Sulawesi Selatan province public health worker, number of public health worker in its regulation or municipality. And if we see the result of some model, you can see that reservoir defense divided by the fluid is bigger than 1. It's indicating that that's the model of for this question. And then second model generalized person. So next. Yeah. For generalized person model, PD or pH is greater than alpha 5% used in this research. So the result of our research that probability density function and number of public health welcome do not affect significant effect for dengue fever. So our conclusion that for spatial analysis in Sulawesi Selatan for dengue fever case, there are 2 spatial pattern occur that are low cluster and low high cluster. Cluster Rensing and local municipality. Cluster high in Makassar municipality dan Pemilihan Regency. Cluster first and high altitude place.
especially in northern part of Sulawesi Selatan province. And for this person exists in some regression model. So we use generalist Poisson model to model different factor for the fever in Sulawesi Selatan province, and so that population density and public health significant impact to dengue fever. So that we need to consider other factors to enrich the model. So we can find the influence factor of the fever, and it can be considered to mitigate reduce the number of the fever for the next time. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for a very nice presentation. Is there any question? Okay. Please Asu. Please.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask question. What kind of the estimation method that you use in your model?
Especially in generalist Poisson model, maybe. Okay. Okay. Actually, it's a library in RStudio, and we see that in the library they use a maximum estimation. Yeah. So maybe there are other method we can use to solve them. But in this preliminary research, we only use this one.
So can you explain why population density doesn't affect the number of dengue cases?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Yeah, population density, we can see in this result, it is not does not have impact for dengue fever incident. Maybe because influence of geography factor in northern part Sulawesi Selatan province. Generally, they are located in high altitude. So, in high altitude place, maybe the mosquito do not grow well. So, the number of mosquito as factor in dengue fever is less than maybe the place in coastal or in density population in coastal area. Although in altitude, high altitude area, density population, maybe we can see why it is maybe have impact, but the factor of most dengue fever is maybe do not grow well in that place. So yeah, density maybe only have in coastal, but in the high altitude, in the mountain area, maybe is do not like in the other area, especially in the coastal. So I think it is for my question, my answer. In Makassar and Pinrang, it is in area with high density population compared with other municipality or other regency. But maybe Makassar and Pinrang have good public health or have good facility to reduce the number of dengue fever case. For example, there are many doctor or hospital or public health working more than other place.
So yeah, it's caused why the density population is not does not have impact in the favor. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for my session. Thank you, Mr. Amran. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of our thank you. I thank you all for observation. Okay, after this, maybe I give the committee. Thank you. Okay, thank you for our moderator. So the next agenda is the presentation of certificates and prizes to the presenters. But before that, I invite our beloved lecturer, Mrs. Georgina Maria Tinangki, to stand in front of us. The first presentation of certificates and prizes to the presenters belong to Mrs. Asmi. So, Mrs. Asmi, 10 is yours. The next presenter is Fadila Febrianti Najamuddin. The next presenter is Fadila Febrianti Najamuddin. For the lecturer, maybe Ibu Nurtiti. Ibu Nurtiti, the place is yours. Okay, for the next, I invite Mrs. Siti Fahriman to give the presenter the prizes. The presenter is Musfira Hidayah. Okay, thank you. The next, I invite Mrs. Anissa to give the prizes in front of us. So the presenter is Muhammad Syamsul Bahri. Okay, for the next, I invite Mrs. Erna Trihendrayani to give the prizes to the presenter. So the presenter is Miliana. Okay, thank you. For the next, I invite Mr. Raupong to give the prizes to the presenter. The presenter is Arif Rahman Nur. Yeah. Okay, thank you. For the next, I invite Mr. Siswanto to give the presenter the prizes. So the presenter is Zaitun. Okay, thank you. The next, I invite Ms. Mutia to give the presenter their prizes. The presenter is Mirhia. Okay, thank you. For the last one, I invite Miss Andi Ismailita to give the presenter of the prize. So the presenter is Amran. Okay, give applause for the presenters today. So that's all for today. This event back to the MC. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we have finished the presentation for the parallel session day 1, to this session, I'd like to invite participants that tomorrow morning and undang seluruh teman-teman partisipan foto bersama. Silakan teman-teman sama teman agenda kita. Silakan.
People drink high in the quiet of the night, you know that I got it. Bad boy, shiny toy with a priest in it. Peace.
Pasti. Dan kalau dulu pasti, bilang lagi settingan ini lagu ada apa ya? Untuk barang.
Make you guys good for a weekend. That's
I. B. I. Berapa?